At Prairie View A&M University, we've been igniting passion in students for more than 140 years. It's about inspiration. It's about global influence. It's about self-expression and individuality. It's about trailblazing a path of excellence. It's about engaging in the greater community. Above all, it's about helping you realize your dreams. Ignite your passion. Experience Prairie View A&M University.
Where my pom-poms at? I need to look.
You have everything that you need to have in order to do what we need to do. The only thing that you haven't done is your part, which is coming out here knowing exactly what you're doing when you're doing it, as an individual and as a section. We cannot continue to carry you on our backs. So, tomorrow, organize rehearsal, no. Start again on Monday morning. This week, push hard, real hard, so that when we get into the first week of school, we're just coming out here running the show.
Good morning. Happy homecoming, everyone. It is day 6, our final day of this PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. As you can see, I'm a little bit more festive today as I've been throughout the week. I got out the Prairie View Bling Bling shirt from our amazing bookstore here on campus, and I've got my pom-pom. So we hope you are ready to have a great time. In store today, we've got interviews with our PVAMU men and women's basketball coaches. We'll also talk with head coach of our football team, Coach Dooley. We'll talk to the band director, the Marching Storm, and our alumni and Black Foxes as well. We'll also have our special segment of our parents' homecoming special. That'll be this afternoon. And don't forget to check in and listen at kpvu.org, because at 12 noon, we'll have alumna LaShonda Williams from the Office of Development, and she will hold an alumni homecoming giving donation conversation. So make sure that you tune in to kpvu.org 91.3 FM. You can listen live on the website to join the conversation and find out how you, as an alum, can give back to the university. I want to have you take a look around this morning. We're live in the studio that we've made here at Panther Stadium. Can we get a view of what's going on behind the scenes, everyone? My production staff, Laura Brooks is a student here, and Professor Dalves, she's the one that's been making everything happen for us behind the scenes. So we don't have a large crew, but enough to make this thing happen virtually for all of our Panthers during this homecoming week. So stay tuned. Like we said, we got a great lineup for you. Our first interview in our segment will be with the PVAMU basketball coaches. We'll talk about SWAC championships, the upcoming season, and a lot more on the adjustments that they've had to make in this pandemic. I was going to say pecademic, but pandemic. It's almost like an epidemic as well, too. But they're going to talk with us. It's crazy. It's a pandemic. It's a lot going on. COVID-19, whatever you want to call it. So I've been talking all week. I apologize if my words are getting a little crisscross, but hey, we're trying to make this thing happen virtually for our Panthers. And so great conversations lined up, a lot of entertainment today. Like I said, we've got the band and the Black Foxes, so we'll be talking with them. But once again, it's day 6, our final day of the virtual homecoming experience here on the Hill at Prairie View A&M University.
In the 2016 election, only half the people aged 18 to 29 registered to vote.
In total, only 55% of eligible voters cast their ballot in 2016.
That can't happen.
That can't happen.
That can't happen again.
Which is why you should vote.
Which is why you should vote.
Vote because it's your right.
Vote because your voice matters. Your voice matters.
Your voice matters.
Vote because you can make a difference.
You can make a difference.
Vote.
Vote.
Vote. Vote.
Vote.
America, land of the free. It's at the core of who we are. Freedom. The freedom to live without fear, to drive through all 50 states, to sleep safely in our own beds, the freedom to jog where we please, to watch birds in the park, to wear a hoodie, the freedom to breathe. Before we celebrate the freedom most Americans have, we must fight for the freedom all Americans deserve. Because no matter your religion, gender, disability, age, race, all lives can't matter until Black lives matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Madhouse.
And we're back. Day 6 of the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Week. I am your host, Lisa Roseborough. And our first conversation this morning is going to be with our women's head basketball coach, Coach Pugh. Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone today?
We're doing outstanding. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, I was trying to
Yeah,
get
I
up.
know.
This was important. I needed to make it, and thank you guys for having me. And I'm just so grateful and happy virtual homecoming, everybody.
Yes, I understand that you had a couple of things to do this morning, but thank you for taking time out of your schedule to join us. We really appreciate it. We couldn't do this without you. We've talked with several coaches earlier this week, and I said we've got to get the basketball coach in. So we're excited. A different time in athletics, obviously. What are you all doing right now to adjust and going into the basketball season?
Well, we had to take a 2-week hiatus, and so we'll be
Mhm.
back on this Sunday. So we're excited about getting back on the court. Prior to that, we were really working hard to get the team ready to play and for the upcoming season. Had a couple kids that opted out. The NC2A made that something that they could do. And so the ones that are here are really working hard, and they're focused, and they're hungry. They're ready to get started. We have about 3 weeks before the first game. We'll be playing at home on November the 25th versus Talladega. So we want those who can come out to be able to come out and support. I don't know what the parameters will be. I'm sure Doc Reed will give us all of that in the upcoming days. But we definitely want to see as many people as we can coming out to support the kids, where the numbers will allow due to COVID. But should be a great team, super fast. We're going to be wreaking havoc. I have a new assistant coach in Coach Courtney Pruitt, who was at Alcorn State University the last few years, and she was known for her full court pressure defense. So that should be a big boost and plus for us. Offensively, we will be a better three-point shooting team, definitely bigger in terms of size. So it's going to be a whole new brand of basketball in the purple and gold. So we're excited.
Awesome. Well, yes, I'm glad you brought up the addition of Coach Pruitt. How is she settling in with things in this new way of playing basketball?
Right now, she's juggling. She's trying to get her husband and kids situated in Longview and find a place to stay here. And so it's been a lot, but I told her the other day, I said, you know what, Coach? I said, you look good in purple. And she started laughing. She was like, you think?
Yeah, she's used to wearing just a little bit of it right there at Alcorn. Awesome. Well, Coach, for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about in your background, your previous, journey, and what led you to Prairie View.
Sandy Pugh. I'm from Louisiana originally. Played at Hampton High School, a couple of state championships. Moved from there to Northwestern State University, on to Meridian Community College. Had a stint in Florida at University of Central Florida. At Southern University, 18 years. Won a lot of championships. Transitioned here 3 years ago. Time seems to be flying, 3 years already. This is my third year, and just really excited about, the things that we put in place in terms of developing the culture and getting the kind of kids in here who are going to represent this program to the fullest on and off the court and in the classroom. So we're really excited about these young ladies. I think when the fans come out, they'll see exactly what I'm referencing. I know they're going to be proud of the product that we're going to put on the floor. I love to play up and down the court, press, get it up and down, shoot the three ball, have your bigs run from rim to rim. So definitely exciting, and hopefully this will be our year to pull all this together and get on track for some championships and start popping, because that's what we want to see. We're going to be wreaking.
Sounds good to me. At this time, I want to bring in my co-host, one of our students here on the Hill, Irie Harris.
Hi, Irie.
How are you?
How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Let's talk with Coach. What would you like to start off with the conversation that you have for Coach this morning?
Well, Coach, going back to what my co-moderator had mentioned earlier, going through your beginnings and your background earlier, most of your coaching career, you had been a head coach. Going back to your time at Southern University, you were nonetheless successful. A whole lot of winning seasons, 7 regular season titles, a few NCAA berths, and a few SWAC coach of the. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can. Coach, are you okay?
I can't hear him at all.
Oh, buddy.
Okay. All right, Coach. You and I will continue talking until we figure out the yes. Maybe. Okay. Let's just do this, Coach. You and I are going to keep talking. All right. So Ira will try to get him back in a little bit. But Coach, as we were talking earlier about the season and things that are upcoming. Okay, I heard some things. As we were talking earlier about the season and everything coming up, what has been some of the feedback you've gotten from the athletes? What are their thoughts?
Well, it's hard. I mean, it's a stressful time from concerns of
Well,
what's going on at home with, friends or family members contracting the virus, quarantine situations, and having to just deal with a PV atmosphere like none other. I mean, it's all of the programming that Prairie View is known for. It's just a phenomenal atmosphere for students. It's not here, so it's really tough. They're in their rooms, basically in a bubble, because you really can't interact with anyone. The
well,
social distancing, wearing the mask all the time. You have to wear the mask at practice. I have to wear a mask. I'm mic'd up so they can hear me, So
Wow.
it's definitely a big change, And prior to even getting on the court, we were doing Zoom calls. We were having to do patty cake bakers, man, or categories or whatever we could come up with
well,
to
can
try
you
to
hear
keep
me?
them entertained and try to bring a smile to their face, because it's really, really hard. I mean, you're 19, you're 20, you want to go out and interact and be social, and you can't do that. So, so hopefully the trade-off will be, because they're in their rooms, they're having to study and read. So hopefully the grades will be, a good thing to come out of this, because right now it's just tough for the kids. It's really hard. It's hard on me. It's hard on my coaching staff, but
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And that's what I was going to ask about, as far as the training with the athletes. I've talked to I know the baseball coach, he's had to make some adjustments. He's been practicing. He said at one point he was practicing in the parking lot of Hobart Taylor, trying to do some things, just to make sure everybody was for sure spread out on some things and maintaining social distancing. So I guess you've had like what, maybe one or two, you've had a couple of practices in person?
Yeah, we were able to practice. I think we got a weekend before we had to shut down due to quarantine. But I think we got about a weekend, and was able to see the kids really, working hard, buying in, loving the new offense that we're installing. Excited about the new coaching staff, because I just got the staff in. The staff was here for the first practice. That was their first day, so that was interesting. But the one thing I know is that we're here. We're thankful to be here. We're grateful to be here. Because I was, their Bethune Cookman isn't even playing this year, so I can't even imagine what those coaches are going through and those kids. But we're just thankful and grateful that we're here. We're being given an opportunity to do what we love, and we're going to go out there and we're going to prepare the kids as best we can, and go out and compete and represent that Panther Nation. So we're excited about that.
That's right. Sounds good. Okay, Irie, go ahead and ask your question. And Coach P, what I'm going to do is repeat the question that my co-host is asking. Okay. So Irie, go ahead with your question.
Well, my first question to ask is, tomorrow is the first day of November, the month the college season usually starts. Are you confident that your team not only can start the season, but can have a full, complete season in the times we're living in?
Okay. And so the question is, Coach, are you, I guess, how confident are you that you all can have a complete season since everything starts here in a couple of weeks next month? Are you confident that you're going to be able to have a complete season?
I'm confident we can have a complete season. If everyone is willing to adhere to the protocols and the guidelines. Doc Reed and CJ have done a phenomenal job of working with our Dr. Moore and everyone at Prairie View to institute the guidelines that the CDC and the NC2A are mandating for us to play. Being tested twice a week, and ensuring that the contact tracing is in place, the social distancing, requiring everyone to wear a mask. So and everyone's doing this all over the country. It's not just here at Prairie View. And our conference, all over, everyone we're playing. So I'm very confident that we can have a complete season, and I'm looking forward to it because You know, I'm gonna tell you right now. Anyone knows me, I'm a germaphobe, so I'd be the first one to say if I felt like something was I couldn't, keep this thing clean and whatever we needed to do, then I'd be the first one to say, okay, we shouldn't be doing this. But I'm excited about the opportunity and totally safe and totally trusting what the guidelines and everything that I've seen. They've done an amazing job.
Awesome. And what's the roster looking like this season? How many girls do you have, or how many newcomers do you have to the team?
Oh gosh, we only returned 4. One of our kids that was there last year, Jira Cobb, the lone senior, she opted out due to COVID because of financial issues going with her family, and she's graduating in this semester, so she opted out, and then we returned another kid we had sitting out. Diana Rosenthal's back, Kennedy Paul's back, and Kennedy Hurd, and then we have a slew, 4 freshmen, and the rest were transfers that we brought in. A couple of kids are going to come in. Their 4-year transfers are going to sit out. But we're going to have about 11 out there. Got to walk on. 2 of the Tuller sisters, they're not twins, but one walked on, and the other one's full scholarship. So just excited about it. I think we have a well-rounded roster. Kids who can do a multitude of things. Athleticism is definitely a plus, and that we have, and we wanted to be intentional about getting the size and athleticism because of the style game we wanted to play, and we feel like we have that. Tabria Gandy will be one to watch, and Tamirical Taylor. They're going to be leading the charge at the point in the 2 for us, and probably move Diana Rosenthal to the 3. So we're excited about what we have and what we're able to build. And the beautiful thing is we'll have the whole team back because we don't have any seniors next year.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you still, you have the depth, I guess, that it's just, is important, right?
Hey, you know what? In COVID, you're going to need depth because if someone tests positive, you're going to have to quarantine her and her roommate. So
Right.
you're going to need those numbers. Exactly.
Exactly. All right, Irie, what's your next question for Coach Pugh?
Well, diving once again back into your background a little bit, you come from, and I want to make sure I say it right, Saline, Louisiana. If you could choose one word to describe your upbringing there as a young Black woman, what would it be?
Okay, and the question is where you come from, Coach, there in Louisiana, growing up as a young Black girl. What would be something that you would like to, refer or reflect back on your upbringing there in Louisiana?
Back home upbringing from Louisiana. Hospitality. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Louisiana is a very generous state. We don't meet strangers. You come to our house. Hey, go in there and fix you a plate, or I'll fix you a plate. So those are just some things that are ingrained in me. And I talk to my team all the time about being a giver, not a taker. Paying it forward. And so when I look back on my time in Louisiana, I can't ever remember a time where someone wasn't doing something to assist myself, or watching my grandmother always giving somebody something. You came to her house, you were not leaving Essie Nolly's house without her putting something in your hand. So that just has carried over.
The men's basketball coach is
being that kind of person, that kind of coach, and I want to see my kids, pay it forward. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that's the kind of kid we recruit. And sleepers, top tier kids, great students, but more importantly, great people.
Awesome. And with the professional athletes in the WNBA, NFL, but I was very impressed this season with the women in the WNBA, how outspoken they were just in this whole Black Lives Matters movement. Is that something that you encourage your athletes to be, outspoken? Has either one of them wanted to be more vocal to you and how they feel about things that are going on in the world right now?
I encourage my kids to go out, participate participate, after the George Floyd incident, to go out and participate in the rallies. A number of them did. Trinity Curry took the forefront. She became the team person. She was our news person. That was her role, and her job was to keep us updated on our Zoom calls on what was going on, where the rallies were being held, etc. We had Black Lives Matter shirts made for our kids. We also did videos where each kid had a chance to speak on, speaking out against social injustices. And we recorded that and put it on our page. So I've been at the forefront of this entire thing for quite some time. And so if you follow me on anything, every day I post something about, say her name, Breonna Taylor, the Sandra Bland, say their names. I'm so into it. I want to put it out there as much as I can. On my Instagram page, on our Instagram page, whatever our kids want to do, we're 100% supporting. All of our kids voted. Many of them who missed a day or two of practice because they had to go home to try to vote. Or some did the absentee ballot. We want our kids to vote. We want our kids to be vocal. We want them to speak up. And we want them to be a part of this. This is an historic time, and we want them to look back on the fact that they made a difference. This election is huge, and we all need to vote. I voted on my birthday, so I was excited about that. And hopefully, the changes that we need will happen, and we'll get back on track. I mean, it's a great country. In terms of ideals, but those ideals don't always represent and benefit everyone as they should. So those are some things that we have to change. So, Ira, you're an amazing interviewer. I mean, I feel like, you're amazing. Your questions are awesome. I just wish I could hear you and just answer you directly.
I know. Thank you. Much appreciated. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. And with that said, Ari, what is your next question for Coach Pugh?
Going back, as a player, you were nonetheless a Bucket. Was there a player that you modeled your game after growing up?
Was there a player that you modeled your game after, Coach Hughes, when you were Coach Pugh? I'm sorry. Who did you model your game after when you were growing up?
That's a great question. I was a huge Bernard King fan. I had the whole tape finger thing going. Mid-range jump shot, so yeah, Bernard King was my all-time favorite. And as I got older, of course, there's only one GOAT, Michael Jordan. I tell my kids all the time, I said, I never ever owned a pair of Jordans. Back in my day, if you came to the park with Jordans on, nobody picked you. You couldn't get on the court. They'd be looking like you, where you going to Jordans? So that was more of an imagery thing. It didn't mean you can play. So, but yeah, great question. Great question.
And what are some of the things that, the players here, do any of them have aspirations of going professional?
A number of our kids do. It's the work part that they got to figure out. I mean, because, I tell them the one kid that I had get drafted out of the SWAC, the only kid that's ever been drafted out of the SWAC is Jackie Winfield. And the amount of time that baby put in was amazing. She would get up in the morning, go get her shots up, go run, go to class. We had practice, go eat, come back, and be in the gym another 4 or 5 hours. And I would have to literally put her out, or security would put her out. She just was so dedicated to being, the best she can be. And she got drafted into the WNBA by the Utah Stars at that time. And amazing player. But it's doable. And I say this to all kids: it's not where you are, it's what you do with where you are. Be where your feet are. And if you're committed to anything, you can be great at it where you are. So it's all about the commitment and staying focused. Don't let anyone tell you what you can't do. And keep fighting, keep pushing, put your time in. There's so much content on YouTube for kids to just go and grab and do. And a lot of people don't even realize that. So, get on YouTube. There's tons of things that you can do to develop your game, from stretching, basketball, learning how to use the screen, etc. It's there.
And with the new athletic director on board, Dr. Reed, how are you feeling about his impact thus far?
Dr. Reed is an amazing, amazing man. I mean, he's one of the nicest men I think I've ever met, and I'm just looking forward to working with him. He's just getting here and just getting his feet wet, trying to learn how the system works. But I just know that he's going to do some amazing things for PVAMU athletics, and I'm just looking forward to being a part of that growth and that development.
Awesome. And Irie, you have another question for Coach?
Yes, I do. Going back to your career once again, you come from a college era with star players like Sharon Miller, Kim Mulkey. What was it like for you playing at Northwestern State?
At Northwestern State, Coach, where you played, what was it like coming up in a time where you had people like Cheryl Miller and the likes of those athletes? What was it like for you coming up as a college athlete?
Yeah, I met Cheryl Miller. She was a year ahead of me, and they were playing in Monroe in the regional tournament, and she was signing autographs after the game, and I was with some friends of mine, and they wanted to get an autograph, and the line was so long, and I was like, you know what, I'm not autograph, but they were like, come on, Tanny, let's go, we want an autograph. I said, okay, so we get in line, and I'm just standing there, and they're getting an autograph, and she looks at me, she says, what about you? You want an autograph? I was like, no. And she goes, she grabbed, I had some suspenders on. She pulls them, and she says, oh, you too good to get my autograph? I said, yes, I am. True story. But Cheryl was amazing. I mean, one of the greatest of all time. I mean, she taking it off the rim. I mean, 6'2", but play like she's 6'4". I mean, she could post, she could handle it, she could pass it, she could score at will, mid range. Competitor, you see a lot of talent nowadays, but that competitor, she just refused to lose. I mean, kids aren't, you don't see that kind of competitor like that anymore. So, but yeah, she was amazing. I played against all the great ones. Deborah Rodman, Janice Lawrence at Louisiana Tech, Angela Turner. So just think, LSU had I can't think of Joyce Walker. Watched her get 45 in like 20 minutes. So
wow.
Phenomenal players. It was definitely a good time, and in Northwestern, I went with Annie Harris and Linda Grayson, and we changed the whole dynamic of Northwestern. We ranked number 19 in the country. So had a phenomenal career down there, and matter of fact, they honored me not too long ago. I'm the only MVP they've had, to my knowledge, conference MVP. So I thought that was really cool. So
well, yes, congratulations on that.
I told Coach, I said, you look good in purple. I said, but I look good in purple too. I kind of look good in purple before too. So, the thing was purple. I think that was probably the reason why I went there. Purple. I love purple. It's one of my favorite.
So it's destined for you to end up here at Prairie View then. It's purple and was already in.
I've always loved that purple from a distance. I've been looking like, man, Coach Coop looked good in that purple.
Awesome. I just want to comment on, you mentioned, as far as scoring and things like that. What in your coaching style, what is most important to you? Are you, is defense what it's all about, or more on scoring? What is it that you primarily focus on in your coaching style?
Teamwork. Number one, teamwork. I want to see them play as one. Make the extra pass. I don't, you can't be successful playing the me ball, the isolations, the one-on-one. You have to have teamwork, cohesiveness, and toughness, mental toughness. I want my kids to battle, win or lose. I want to see them battling. I want to see them clawing and fighting, and I want to see them doing it as one unit. A lot of coaches will just say, "Oh, I'm big on defense, or I'm big on that." I think if the teamwork is there, you can build the chemistry for your offense. You can build the chemistry for your defense, and they'll begin to take pride in helping and working together.
Awesome. Irie, do you have another question for Coach?
When was the moment after your playing career finished that you knew you wanted?
Okay. Coach, when was it that you realized that you wanted to, transition from player to coach?
You know what? As a young girl, I wanted to be an attorney. That was my goal, my dream. But I didn't know any attorneys. And so when I ended up at Campty, we got bused through the whole busing that they had going on at the time. My coach, Coach Emma Bozeman, she was like my best friend, my coach, my mentor. And I decided I wanted to be just like her. And so, and she started mentoring me. She had me coaching I was a senior and I was coaching the JV team. And at that point, I just knew that's what I wanted to do. So I just decided, I'm going to put 100% into it. And when I finished my career, I was the best recruiter. Coach said I was the best recruiter he ever had. So he had taught me into coming back to school to be a GA. And I did a lot of recruiting for Northwestern. And then I took the job at ULM, and the rest is history. So met a lot of wonderful people through the BCA and the WBCA, and was able to make some connects to kind of maneuver about a little bit and learn a lot more about basketball. Still learning every day, learn something new. But I love coaching. I have a ton of young ladies out there in the coaching realm coaching. And, I get excited when I see my kids succeed and have success. So I'm just excited about being here at PVAMU. I think this is going to be an amazing year for us. It's going to be a rocky road, but I think we can really do some phenomenal things as a team if we can just get out there on that court and keep it going.
All right. Well, that is going to allow us to end on a positive note. Once again, Coach, we'd like to thank you for your time and talking with us this morning. I also want to thank my co-host, our student here, Irie Harris. And Coach, the best of luck to you and the women on the team
Thank
this
you very
year.
much.
And yes, and a great season. Thank you so much, Coach. We'll look forward to hopefully, being able to watch you all play here in the Baby Dome in November.
All right. Happy virtual homecoming, everybody.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a commercial break and we'll be back with more on the Hill here at the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming.
Even though there is so much against us,
you will see me choose to protect myself and my community from the coronavirus by wearing a face covering.
Because it's going to take all of us thinking about one another. And even with my face covered, you will see me.
You will see me as a mother, a wife, a friend.
As an athlete who gave everything to the game I love.
As a father, leading by example.
As a sister.
An entertainer.
As a champion for my people.
You will see me finding a light in a dark time.
To unlock our creativity and push our craft.
You will see me demanding the space to tell the stories that matter.
As a man who knows that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Join us in wearing a face covering to help stop the spread of the coronavirus.
Because covering your face is one small act of kindness that has the power to bring us together.
This is where you rise, this is where you shine, this is where you become the greatest of all time. History in the making. This is history in the making. History in the making.
Vote for your life.
I got my triangle today, y'all. That song, you got to play your triangle and you got to tap your feet. I'm gonna provide the halftime show today, since yes, I'm so glad. All right, I'm so not a singer, and I barely play the triangle, but I'll play it because I feel good today. It's a Saturday morning, and you all are with us as we continue to celebrate homecoming here on the Hill. I have a special treat for you guys. You can't have football, you can't have marching storm, you can't have any of the celebration on the Hill these days without a special voice. And we're just gonna bring TT on the mic to the forefront and have a conversation with us this morning. What's up, sis?
Good morning. Hello.
Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can we have sound?
I can hear you.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yep. There, I got you. I can hear you now. Excellent. Come on, sis. How you doing this morning?
Jimmy said, "Keep your day job. Don't be hating on my.
Not at all. Not at all, sister. How you feeling?
I feel good. I got on my band shirt. You know what I mean? I have to bring out the marching storm apparel because it's a wonderful day. It's game day.
Hey, now
it's game day in my heart.
Who we playing today? Like in your mind, we see the team warming up out there. Who they fitting to play?
We finna play Southern.
Ooh. And we just had Coach Pugh on here too, who used to coach at Southern. So that's a great tie-in right there. We finna take it to Southern this morning, huh? For homecoming, huh?
Yeah, it's about to get real. It's about to get real. It's about to be a battle.
I know, right? Yeah. What you up to these days, sister?
Well, I'm actually an on-air personality and the host of the Midday Jam at KPBU 91.3. I'm doing a lot of other freelance things as well with my own business, TJC Entertainment. I still host events and everything, creative speaking. I'm getting into writing as well as I also do some full-time job because the pandemic is real.
Girl, say a thing.
Working from home is a blessing, but
yeah,
pretty much it. Yeah, just getting ready to be unleashed. I'm ready for the gates to open. Like I'm just ready to get the green light so that I can get back into my main office, which is the Panther Stadium.
Absolutely. The main office. I know that's right. We love it over here. We've been here all week broadcasting live. The view is majestic. I mean, to see over all of Prairie View from the athletic director's suite, which we are so thankful for Dr. Reed, for allowing us to have the space up here to bring PV Nation this virtual homecoming. But I don't want to leave. I'm like, this my office now. This is where
It's
I
been
live.
amazing. I love it. Trust me.
Thank
I've
you.
been over there. It's nothing like sitting in the press box for me.
Yeah,
And being in the control room and overseeing the entire, not just stadium, but you can see Prairie View from there.
Yeah.
It's like you're almost in a drone.
That's it.
It feels great. It feels great. I miss it.
Well, at 11 a.m. In about 8 minutes, and he's already backstage, we have Dr. Timmy Zachary, who's our amazing Marching Storm band director. And so we're going to spend the next hour talking to him and some of our band members and some of our alum about the legacy and the fantastic just the band. We're going to talk about the Marching Storm. Tell us about your experience being the voice of the Marching Storm.
It is literally one of my favorite things to do. It really allows me to show my spirit animal within myself. I have the honor and the pleasure of literally standing in front of hundreds of thousands of people and being an empty vessel and just allowing my passion to flow through me and just activate and connect people. My job is to bring words to life and people together. And I just like to break barriers one mic at a time. Not too many women in my field on that field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's a great thing that I can represent for that little girl that looks at the band and go, I want to do that. Because that was me. And so I don't take that lightly. So for me, it's always the pressure of, are you making an impact with what you're saying on this mic? And so I've actually marched in the Marching Storm. I came in 2011. I played trumpet since I was 10 years old.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yes. And one thing about being a part of the Storm is that you are going to grow. You are going to be caught out of your comfort zone. And I've had the pleasure of being mentored by some of the best. And Dr. Zachary definitely will call you out of your comfort zone. He's taught me the way of business. He's taught me how to use my gift and how to trust my gift. And so it's been an amazing experience. Wow. Almost 10 years with the Storm and almost 5 years announcing, just doing what I love and being who I am and learning to allow myself to portray that on the mic. And you see it all come together. My job is to be the gravy and I make it come together and then I narrate everything. So,
wow. Well, you are indeed fire, sister. You are so amazing. And we all love you here at Prairie View. You are a legend already. You are an absolute marvel. And so before we go to our next commercial break and set up Dr. Zachary, why don't we put you on full screen and you set us up and you take us out and give us your goods, hun.
You want me to do an intro? Okay, I got
Come on, bring the fire.
All right, so this is how I do it on the hill. What's good? It's your girl TT on the mic. We got the baddest band in the land coming up next. Listen, you don't want to miss this. We're about to make some noise. So when I say PV, you say you know. PV.
You know. You know.
PV.
You know.
PV.
You know.
And we're about to set your homecoming now. Set it out, set it out.
There you go.
There you go. Get your trampoline.
We're going to get hyped no matter what. Pandemic don't stop no Panther. And they certainly don't stop no TT on the mic.
Listen,
that's right.
Corona mic can take the games, but it can't take the culture.
Come on, ma'am.
It can't take the legacy. And so at the end of, so I cannot wait to be able to get back on the field. But until then, we just gonna keep it rocking. So I Black Foxes, I see you. I.
Yeah.
And
we love you, sister. Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Hey, we need to do a FaceTime session, just kind of kiki and cackle and just love on
Yes.
each other. I just miss you. I love you.
I
And
love
thank you for
you.
giving us your time this morning before you run off and do more magnificent things this fine Saturday.
Yes, it's been a
And
pleasure. And thank you for your mentorship as well. You know, you were one of my last professors before I graduated. So, yes, ma'am.
well, you're certainly making me proud. I just adore you fiercely. And I'm gonna hit you up. We got more work to do together, sister.
You have my number.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Hey, y'all. This is going to be a fantastic Saturday. You think we're just, here just doing one more day of the virtual homecoming? No, we got a few things in store for you. Coming up, we have Dr. Zachary, the leader, the fierce leader of the PV's Marching Storm. He's going to talk to us about the history, the legacy, the magnificent performances of the band. And we're going to hear from the football coach later today. So stay tuned because this is going to be a fun Saturday. Spend your time with us here at PV's Virtual Homecoming. We'll be right back. we're back. Once again, day 6 of the PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. Today is our fun day. Like I said, we've got the PVAMU Marching Storm in the building. Dr. Zachary, our band director. How are you this morning, sir?
I am wonderful this morning. Glad to be a
Thank you
part.
so Yes, thank you for joining us. We couldn't do this without you all, of course. So I guess you could say we saved the best for last, but I mean, it's the weekend. And so a lot of people are, up and watching, and we want to let our Panthers know that, hey, we didn't leave the band out of homecoming, even though it's virtual. So, of course, a different day and time for, being in the band right now. How have you all been coping?
We've been doing relatively well. When a compromising or challenging situation arises, you rise to the occasion. So we've found very creative ways to become better than we were before, to pay more attention to things that we didn't have time to pay attention to before. So I thank my staff for, stepping in and stepping up and making sure that the students are engaged. And what we've done, specifically is to break the band into 4 parts. So we have a band that represents each day, and it's each one has a name that represents some part of a storm. I think rain, thunder, lightning, and wind. So, and those are the groups that we teach on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They're all being taught the same material so that when they all combine, they combine the marching storm.
Wow, I love that creativity and innovation that you all have brought to the forefront in this time. Now, give us a little bit of your background and how it led you to Prairie View.
I have a very, windy and turning roads and all kind of weird background, but I've always aspired to be a professional trumpet player, which I got the opportunity to do for about 20 years. I started off at Southern University, just like a previous guest. And I left Southern and went into the United States Navy Band, where I toured the world. I visited 42 countries, played for queens and kings and all types of other people. I was in the first contingent for the United States military to enter South Africa after apartheid in 1997, I believe, or 4. So I've been all around the world playing trumpet. And I went to Norfolk State University afterwards to pursue a degree and a master's degree and work as a graduate assistant. And then on to Indiana University and American Conservatory, and all those things led me back to Norfolk State University, where I worked for 12 years before coming to Prairie View in 2012. So it's a twisty, windy road, but all roads lead to PV.
Awesome. And what was it like when you first arrived here on the Hill for you?
It was exciting to be the guy in charge in the driver's seat, to inherit a band that had such a rich and historic history and had done so many things. That was both frightening and exciting to me, to see what I can do and bring to the table. One of my favorite artists, jazz artists, is Miles Davis, and he has this thing that he says in his book with Quincy Trope. Is that if you don't leave anything on the table, there was no sense, there was no need for you to sit down. So if you can't leave anything, don't even sit down. And that's the challenge that I took when I took on when I took this job, that if I couldn't bring something to the table, I would go do something else. And obviously it's difficult when you inherit a program that has such a, phenomenal history. But we took the challenge and we tried to take it to the next level.
Yes, and the rich history, and like you said, there were some pretty big shoes to fill with Prof Edwards no longer, being with us. And but what was it like just knowing everything that he had accomplished with the band and the Black Foxes? And now you're here and you're trying to pretty much either pick up where he left off or bring something new to just the whole band performance. What was your strategy, or what thought process did you bring with you?
When I got here in 2012, I for the first 100 days, I didn't do anything. I didn't make any changes that weren't absolutely necessary. I observed to see what was good and what was bad. And I told them when I got here that I wouldn't change anything for the first 100 days unless it was absolutely necessary. And I observed, I thought that we can strengthen our discipline. We could strengthen some things as far as our technique. We could work on our sound. And in fact, I sat down with my first staff here in 2012, and that was the order today. We have to work on the sound. We have to become better at this, and put more definition into what we sound like and not sound like other people. And that was the first year and a half, was basically trying to work out sound. The second and third year, we're developing showmanship and going back in and redefining certain things. And of course, I always wanted, I'm a history buff, and being a product of HBCUs, I understand the importance of identity and character. So being that I had established those and I'd been a part of those, I didn't want to do anything that would take the vision of what the Marching Storm is away from the people that adored it. So we tried to keep all of the things that identify the Marching Storm in the current version of the Marching Storm, but also adding some flavor. Obviously, once, as I said at the beginning, if I couldn't add something to it or put myself in it or take it to the next level, there would be no point in doing it. And those are the things that we tried to do. We pay homage to the history of the storm, keep those things that identify it, but also expand the palette of just technique and ability.
And what was it like for you transitioning from playing in the military band? I'm a Marine coordinator, so I've seen a lot of the ceremonial type, band performances that happened there. But what was it like for you coming from the military band stage and now, conducting the band here at an HBCU? Because like you said, we throw down. There's no throwing down in the military bands, but
well, there wasn't before, but there is now.
It's changed, right?
It has. In fact, I saw a Marine band do an HBCU type show recently. Wow. So they are expanding their palette as well because they want to entertain. But the transition as a military person into this role was seamless because they're one and the same. These are all military-like bands, and they're based on that all the way back into the 1940s when they were purely military bands doing military maneuvers on the field. In the 1940s and 50s and 60s, they started to branch out and do other things. So our roots are in the military band traditions. So it was actually easier. And I think that my students would still say I do not know the difference.
And do you have a favorite song that as a director, but is there one song that you and one performance that you just love to perform here with the Marching Storm? What's your favorite?
That's I think that my favorite, and it wouldn't be a song, I transcend that as a musician. I think that my favorite performances when the students lose themselves, when they stop thinking about everything else and just become a part. They become the music, they become the show. That's my favorite, and I've seen several of those things. I saw that in the Macy's parade. Getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and going outside and it's 22 degrees and it's windy, but they lost themselves in that performance. There was not a complaint to be heard, and everybody was zeroed in on the target, which was to go out and give a phenomenal show, to be ourselves and be comfortable. And we've had probably 5 or 6 of those shows in the 8 years that I've been here that I look, and they just lost themselves in the performance. That's my favorite song, and that's my favorite show.
Yes, and mentioning losing themselves in the performance. I mean, we, as watching from the stands, we can tell too when they lose themselves in the performance. Especially when they're so up and they've got their form and everything, but when it's time to get down, I mean, you get to rolling. My favorite performance. I mean, I love when the drum majors, when they come on, like when that Entertainment Tonight song comes on and they come in and kick it and roll it. I'm like, oh, I start mimicking them myself. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Okay. So I love that precision. And I have a lot of respect. I mean, myself being a former athlete here on the track team, but I will say that you all train like athletes too.
And we train in some cases more than the athletes because in order to get 340 to 380 people to be synchronized, that's difficult. That's difficult for anyone to do. And to do it in a manner that has both control and losing control as a part of the performance, that's what people expect to see. They expect us to be precise, but then when we get down, and they expect us to lose control and to bring them into where we are. So it's a careful balance between those two things.
Right. Now, you mentioned the Macy's Day Parade. Was that a history-making moment for us?
Yes, it was the first time that we had done Macy's. We were invited in 2008, I believe, but did not attend. So that was a historic performance, and it was historic for the students that went in 2017 as well. And we'd like to thank all the alums and everyone else that afforded us the opportunity. And I haven't gotten the opportunity to do that on a mass basis. So we want to really thank you for allowing those students and us to go and represent the institution.
Awesome. And you mentioned how, cold it was up there in New York performing, but I can tell you that you all, obviously adjusted very well. It didn't look like there was anything that was holding you all back. So just congratulations on that history-making moment, performing there in the Macy's parade there in New York. And I will say this too, the Honda Battle of the Bands. Tell us what that experience was like.
Honda is a very unique situation. It's fun for the students. It's hard work for the students. They know that. And I think we've gone 4 times since I've been here. I can't remember. We do so much stuff. But it's always one of those performances that we are looking to push the envelope. We want people to see us as PV, but we want to leave something on that field that nobody else has done. And I think for the 3 or 4 times that we've done it since I've been here, that we've done that. And then PV was doing it before. I remember Mark Gordon, who was one of the assistant directors here when I first got here. He oftentimes reminded me that we were on the field together in 2006. I was with Norfolk State, and PV came on right after Norfolk. So a lot of respect for the band for decades. So we just want to make sure that when we go out there, we show up and show out. But we also leave people thinking, man, did they just do that? And we've been able to be successful so far.
Yes, definitely. State Fair Classic. Let's talk about that. Obviously canceled, because of the pandemic. But we're going to be able to perform, hopefully, in the spring, maybe?
We're looking at that. I haven't gotten any finalizations as far as what that will look like for the band. There are lots of logistical challenges with that. I think the thing that we will miss most is the students. They dreaded it, but at the same time, they loved it, which is the State Fair has become one of those things where we do so much community involvement in that week. We probably do more in that week than probably the whole year. When we got to Dallas in the past, on Thursday, we would do 4 schools, high schools, middle schools. On Friday, we would do high schools, middle schools. And Saturday, we would do a Battle of the Bands on Saturday morning, and then we would go to the game. On Sunday morning, we'd wake up and go to church. And then we would be back on our way home. And we've done up to 16 performances at certain points in the time that I've been here during that 4-day period. So we were seen by thousands and thousands of people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And as much work as it was, it's also very fruitful. The vast majority of the students in the band are still from Dallas, about 49%.
Yes, and you also have a lot of media that you do as well in the mornings while you're there in Dallas as well, right?
Yes, ma'am. We do the I can't remember the name of the show, but we do one where we have to get up at 3 a.m. and be there by 4 every year. And it's always a blast at the State Fair. And the students, once again, as much as that would seem like a harsh thing for a regular person, when I say be up at 3, they're downstairs at 2:30 doing whatever they're supposed to do because they know we're rolling out at 3. Mm-hmm. And they're excited once they get there, and they turn it on every single time. I don't know if I'd be able to turn it on at 5 a.m. the way they do, but I every time the lights come on, they come on.
Yeah, because I think it's a bit of not a bit. I mean, it's an adrenaline rush. It's just like an athlete or any other performer. It's lights, camera, action, regardless of what time morning it is. But when it's showtime, it's showtime, right?
Yeah, that and training.
Exactly. All right, well, let's get into another conversation. I understand we've got some current student band members and the Black Fox, or Who do we have on this morning? I know we've got some Black Fox alumni
Yeah,
and some band alumni
alumni.
for sure.
I
Yes.
want to say, hey,
Okay.
Money.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're doing well. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Okay, we've got a couple people joining in. All right, let's see. We've got Jimmy Smith. We just watched your reel. You're an alum of the Marching Storm. You're out in LA right now. Not doing any performing, obviously, but thank you for sending in that amazing reel of your choreography and your artistic directing there in the land of dance. You've done some amazing things since you've left Prairie View. Talk to us a little bit about your journey and your transition. Let's talk about your experience of being in the Marching Storm first, and then we'll go into what you're doing now.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, Dr. Zachary, I'm bowing down, hands down, because I already know how it is and how it was to even step in. Oh, I don't know what happened to the screen. I can't see anybody.
Oh, it's all you now.
Okay, okay, got it. I'm like talking to myself. Yeah, I already know that history and how we were, how much we, held to those traditions and everything from any HBCU, but especially Prairie View, because we were like the best kept secret in the SWAC. So we were like working so hard and tirelessly to get Prairie View to this level, and what you've done with it and what you're doing with it, like I just say hats off to you. You're definitely killing the game, and I'm proud of the band altogether. What's happened in transition with the Black Foxes and everything. Who would have known? We wouldn't have seen this back then, because we were a part of that group that helped build those rich traditions and get us out there on the in the limelight, pretty much. So anyway, hats off. But I want to say, I think my time at Prairie View has definitely built my career. I give Prairie View all the props, just because of a lot of the things that I endured as a student. It just built so much character and built so much resilience for the fight of life that that we're all in as an adult, but especially now in 2020. What do you do when this happens? What do you do when financial aid didn't come through, or what do you do? All those things like played a major part in what I do now, which is constructing shows and putting big stage numbers together. And more so, I give even more props, obviously, to the late Prof Edwards, but to the Marching Storm, because Dr. Zachary, as you know, and everyone on this panel, that is when he said we probably work harder than the athletes. That wasn't an understatement. It was nonstop all day. Even as soon as you get out of your classes, you're going in, to get your part together before you even step into sectionals, before you even step into the full band rehearsals, and then before the full band with the Black Foxes and everyone takes the field. So that's all day, all night. And I was a music minor, so then mine was literally all day, all night. I played trombone. But that just helped me so much in what I'm doing now as an artist and as a creator. And it just keeps me on my toes. I love what you said, the quote that you said, I'll remember it later. But that's exactly how I approach life, period. If I can't add anything to the table, then why even, step in it? And so wherever I am, if it's with, I'll say this: there's no reason that I should have a reel like you just played. There's no reason. Obviously, God had his whole purpose, a whole different agenda with me as a person. But it's not me. That's not me doing it. That's all him. And for me to step on the stage with a Will.i.am, Black Eyed Peas, Jennifer Lopez, or Beyonce, or whoever it is, you have to have a different tenacity and character that comes from a different place in order to even feel that confident to walk into a room. Because these are like people that will not hold back, because they're putting millions of dollars behind this. So it's not like, anything that we've seen before. They're really hard and expecting a lot. And for me to even have that kind of confidence to even step into that realm, you have to, have this type of background and training. Because I know for a fact, things will always go wrong. 100%. It will never be perfect, but we definitely try to make it perfect. But I know it won't just fall apart with me being around. I just feel that confidently. Oh shoot! I can't hear.
I have something. I know you and I have something in common, that we're both from Fort Worth.
Yeah, Funky Town.
And yes, we're both from Fort Worth. So that's awesome. I mean, I love to dance as well. People that I admired growing up were people like Debbie Allen. I would watch Fame like over and over and over. And you know, track and field became my way to get to Prairie View on a scholarship. But there are some times, I mean, if track didn't work out, I wanted to go to Howard University, where Debbie Allen, you know, was.
Who didn't?
I know, yeah. So as a kid growing up in Fort Worth, when did you realize that dancing and performing was a passion of yours?
What a crazy question. Because obviously I came from a different era where now it's super accessible to everyone. Everyone sees. It's so weird looking at myself. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing? But everyone sees. Everyone, like, now you have social media, you have TikTok, you have everything, and we're literally when we were performing and doing shows, I'll say for the Super Bowl, we brought someone all the way from New Zealand to choreograph parts of the Super Bowl, you know, for this last one that just happened with Jennifer Lopez. So, and this is literally from, I mean, we've used her before, but it came from Instagram. You know, so the things that the platforms that you guys have now and everyone has, we all have now, it's totally different from when I had it. So in Fort Worth, nobody was really, you know, dancing or anything. I never even thought about dance as a career or anything like that. I knew that, you know, me, my cousins, we would videotape Michael Jackson performances or Bobby Brown, New Edition, whoever it was performance, and then we would perform that on the talent shows. And that's the extent of what I did. My mom taught dance, drama, and just kind of the performing arts. She would do different plays in the city, and so a lot of the, you know, stars and that we know today, she's probably taught, you know, just in that realm of the performing arts. So I was always around it, and I always did it every summer. Like, we never were like just chilling, hanging. We were always a part of that world. But as a dancer, like my sisters danced, we only had like ballet and modern, and that didn't draw me in. And so dance for me was only like the music videos and honestly the things that I'm doing now. And it's just ironic to even see what I've done and what I'm doing now, because I know that when I was a kid, I was doing that same thing, but I had no idea that this was a career. So all through life, I played sports and obviously performing arts, but I never danced. It wasn't until probably in my last year or whatever of Prairie View that my sister was a Rockets dancer, and they had these Comets dancers. And so these B-boys and everything would come out for the Comets and do these big things or whatever. And so she was a Rockets dancer, so we can go to the Comets game for free. So we would go, and I'm like, yo, that's crazy, you know. And then you get to know those kind of people. And then some of those people were like moving to LA to like start doing their thing. And so I was going to move to LA to act. And so once I got to LA, I didn't know anybody but that one of the people from the Comets, and he was a dancer. And so those dance classes were way cheaper, and I was like just starting out my career. So I was like, hey, why not? And so that's literally how dance really started for me. So that's when I actually started training, because it was never a thought of it being my career, especially this long. I never planned on it to go this far.
Wow, an amazing story and journey there for you, Jimmy. Let's hear from some of our other alums. Do we have Erin Stevenson? Is she okay? She didn't join us right now. Maybe she'll come in later. But we're going to move to the illustrious, the prettiest, the sexiest, our Black Foxes. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
Awesome. We're great. Happy virtual homecoming, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start off with the director of the Black Foxes. Good morning. How are you, Ms. Zachary?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I want to say that I truly admire, first, just getting the chance to actually, I guess you could say, meet you in person. This is in person because I have long been a fan of the Foxes. Like I said, I grew up, doing little talent shows and things at home, and I admire people like Debbie Allen and Janet Jackson and things of that nature. But I will tell you, when I came to Prairie View and I saw the Black Foxes, now I was recruited here on a track and field scholarship, but I would kind of sneak and try to watch the Black Foxes, practice. I attempted to try out one time, but you all would always have, at least back then anyway, tryouts were always during track season or during the fall. And so I was always competing. But I said, I just need to try. I probably won't make it, but I just need to get in there just one good time. Because I admire just everything that you all do. Tell us a little bit about what goes into putting together those amazing performances for the Black Foxes.
Well, we're really lucky in that Dr. Zachary includes us in every step of putting the show together. So we want the show to just, flow and to represent every auxiliary unit that the Marching Storm has. And so we start from the beginning, working with our arrangers to cut music. So to slice the music in the way that you hear it. When you hear it on the field, it's because I've worked with our arrangers to get that music just the way we need it. And so we are able to choreograph with the music and to put all of our, our great choreography in there. Now, when I first got here in 2012, believe it or not, I did the choreography. Okay. But I have aged since then. And so, but one of the, I still have certain things that I like to see in the routines, and I will choreograph those parts of the routines. But what I'm also doing is giving our foxes an opportunity to cut their teeth in choreography. So we put them in groups and they come up with choreography and they pitch it to me like it's a presentation. And at the end of the day, I have, veto power. But we put it all together, and I stage the routines on the field. And but for the most part, the things that you see is just a huge collaborative effort between us, the arrangers, and the students, and everybody has something to do with what you see on the field.
And give us some background about yourself. Were you a dancer growing up? Were you a majorette on the drill team in high school? What led you to dancing and now becoming, a director of Black Foxes?
Believe it or not, I was not a dancer. I was a gymnast growing up. So I was a gymnast all the way through my senior year in high school. And I was trying to decide, my gymnastics coach was trying to push me to her alma mater so that I could compete. And I just didn't feel that that's, what I needed to do. And I lived right down the street from Southern University. And so that pool was just a little bit too much, so I ended up going to Southern University, and I was going to try out for cheerleader because I was a gymnast. And one day I'm walking around in the band room, and they literally picked me up and tossed me into a dancing doll audition. I had no idea why I was even there. And so I tried out and I made it, to my shock. I had no idea. So I didn't really start dancing until I got to Southern University. And so I danced for 2.5 years at Southern. Once I left Southern University, I went to a studio to try and catch up on technique. So I went to a studio and I'm in class with these 12 and 13-year-olds, and I'm learning ballet and I'm learning modern and I'm learning jazz and everything, and I'm learning tap, I'm trying to catch up and everything. So fast forward, I was living in the Washington, D.C. area, and one of the guys that I went to college with, he was the assistant band director at Howard University. He gave me my first opportunity to coach. And I was a brand new coach, and I coached at Howard University, the Ooh La La Dancers, for 3 years. And so from that point, just moving around the country, I coached at a high school in Atlanta, Georgia. I coached at South Carolina State University. I coached at Norfolk for 1 year, and I coached at a high school in Suffolk, Virginia. And so when Tim got the opportunity down here, we came on down to Texas. I had, again, no idea that I was going to coach the Foxes at all. I literally started in 2012 as an assistant to Miss Taylor, who was the coach at that time. So that's kind of how I ended up here and how I ended up coaching.
Just like literally just, tumbled your way into it from just gymnastics to now.
Yeah.
Well, I understand we have some of the Black Foxes with us. Well, these are our alums, right? Do we have a current Black Fox? No.
Yes, we do.
Zanae
Mangum is online, and she is our current captain. And then we also have 2 alums, Regina Tucker and Imani Clark, and
Okay, let's hear from our current student, our captain. Good morning. How are you? Zanae, how are you?
I think Zanae might be having internet issues.
Okay, this may be Zanae calling me right now. I don't know if I can answer, but my phone is ringing, and is she from Louisiana?
There she is.
There she is.
She's not? Okay, someone's calling me. They've called me twice, but it may be the other alum. Well, let's talk with one of our alums. Who wants to go first?
Regina.
Go ahead, Regina.
Go ahead, Regina.
Let's hear from Regina then.
Well, I attended Prairie View from 1985 to 1991. I was originally recruited by Professor Edwards, and I was a flute player during that time. And I marched for 1 year, and I missed dancing so much. My father, I grew up in a household with a band director father, so that was a part of life in my house. If you didn't play an instrument, you couldn't live at that address. So that was a love for me and my family. Everyone in our household, my mom plays the violin, the piano, the organ. My father played every instrument under the sun. My brother, every brass instrument that you could name, keyboardist. And then also myself, I played the flute and saxophone just a bit. But I loved Prairie View my first year. Originally, my choice was Howard, and my brother talked me into coming to Prairie View. He was a member of the band already, and so he talked me into that whole journey. And it's ironic that Ms. Zachary mentioned that she was a gymnast. I just learned that because I was a gymnast until my 11th grade year, and I got too tall. And my dance teacher said, you're going to have to pick one or the other because they're competing. The arching of the back versus the straight lines is not going to work. So I chose dance and to continue my music. My second year, I missed dancing so much that I just decided that I wanted to try out. Mr. Prof. Edwards at the time, that was an automatic no. I think that's the last thing that you want to hear is that you're going to lose a band member to whatever. And he told me that I could audition, but it wasn't going to matter because I had to stay on my flute. And ironically, that year, Miss Sherrod was one of the judges. She left and come back, and then there were several other people. We had to twirl that year. That was another thing, and that was interesting. But I knew how to twirl because I was a mascot with my father's band, and it was like, I got this. But when I walked in and he told me it doesn't matter what the judges say, that I'd have to stay on my flute, I ended up dropping my baton once, which is something I never do. Twice, I was done. I told the judges, thank you for the ability to audition, and walked out. And the judges actually fought for me because they said my dance routine was so amazing. So I'm really grateful for that. But I enjoyed my time on the line. Being in the band, period, it's just, when I think back to my memories at Prairie View, it's just an amazing experience for me overall. I like to tell people, dance, people do not understand what goes into the lives of the directors of the band. they have so many lives and so many souls that they just really have to just kind of keep hold of, and to try to make sure during that time at Prairie View that it's all working together. It's not just about the band, it's about the experience. It's about a family affair. And then you bring these people together. For me, I have met my best friends in life who are still my best friends at Prairie View. They have been here for the death of my father, who I love so much, through the birth of my children. We've been in weddings, Tau Beta Sigma. So my best friends all in life today, 20-something, 30-something years ago, I met at Prairie View. And it has been a great experience. I would say that my development as a dancer continued beyond Prairie View. I went on to work for Kodak years later in my field. And I also auditioned for the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders in 1992. And I cheered for the Cowboys from 1992 through 1999. I was fortunate to attend all 3 Super Bowls with them. I still currently work with them now and, help with the recruiting. My life journey has been complete because of a lot of the foundations that I've had and the strength of the directors and the programs and the journey that I had that all started at Prairie View. So it's something that's near and dear to my heart. Whenever I hear the school song, I don't care if it's the band playing it, whatever, I get weepy-eyed. And I'm like, God, I'm getting old because I'm getting so emotional about things. But when I think about the words to the song, it really rings true to heart about everything that Prairie View has done for me in my life. As a Black Fox, the women over the years it's transitioned. The journey has transitioned. And it has been great to see, just with transition and with the age of dance, how the dancers now have become so technically proficient. So I would like to commend them on that. And just the ability for ladies to be able to just perfect their craft and to be able to showcase what they do. For me, it's something that I love. If there's a game, if Prairie View is anywhere close, I'm there. I'm a band head by nature, by life, and it's just in my blood. So it's something that I just I hold near and dear. So I'm grateful for the experience, and I'm happy to be with you all today.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Me?
She's delayed.
Well, Regina, you and Sean also have something else in common that both of you skipped. Sean was also an all-state clarinet player and the drum major for her high school.
Well, I knew about some of those things. It was the gymnast part that was interesting today. So it's funny how our lives have kind of come together in different places.
Yeah, but what you also didn't mention is that we worked together at Kodak.
Right. So it's really, and the flute and Tau Beta Sigma. So there are a lot of parallels right there that, it's funny how life kind of brings you together. So that was wow.
And you forgot the biggest part, the freshman of the year is your son.
Yes, my son. I'm so excited. Yes, I did. Brian, he is an amazing young man. Even today, he is every night he has this routine that he does. He goes through these breathing exercises and he's doing his cardio. When everything opens back up, he's gonna be ready. And he's put on some weight now. He's a big guy, but I mean, he literally every day he just pledged Kappa Psi. He's practicing. He's ready for the step show. He's ready for everything. So yes.
Well, it has been a privilege to work with him. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. He has enjoyed the journey. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was gonna ask about Imani.
Oh, okay. So my experience at Prairie View, I have a unique experience. Prairie View was one of my first choices. I had never been in the state of Texas prior to coming to Prairie View. I actually received an acceptance letter the same day as I got it for Alabama A&M. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm going to Prairie View because I just had this inclination that I should go there. I actually learned about them back in, I want to say it was between 2006 and 2008. They came to LA for the Angel City Classic at the USC Coliseum. And so my mom took my brother to see the drum line. I kind of tagged along, and that's when I first saw the Black Boxes. And I kind of had that parallel with the movie Drumline. I was like, oh my God, this is it in real life. This is what I want to do. So fast forwarding, I applied to some colleges and I got into Prairie View and I was super excited. So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to Prairie View. I looked at some pictures of PV on Google and that's about it. So my parents drove me down from California and I've been in Texas for about 10 years now. Going into the auditions for Black Foxes, I originally was in the classic dance ensemble under Miss Taylor. And I knew that I wanted to give myself a challenge. And I knew being on a majorette line would be a challenge because it's out of my comfort zone. In LA, we didn't have majorettes, you know, everything was studio style. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go into this audition. That was my first time actually petrified about going into a dance audition. Usually I'm really like confident. I really didn't know which way it was gonna go. And so I actually made it in 2012. And so I was on the line from 2012 to 2016, and I was head captain 2014 to 2015. And my experience was just absolutely amazing. I've learned so much about myself as a entertainer, as a dancer, and as a woman, being under Miss Danielle, Miss Sean, and just having the leadership that I had around me. I've taken so many things that I've learned from Dr. Zachary and I instilled it into my own students, especially being a dancer or bandsman first, you know, student first, dancer, bandsman second. That's one thing that I really do instill in them. And it's just giving me so many different life lessons, especially going into being on the Houston Texans cheerleader. So with me being in my third year, it's taught me being in the band taught me how to prioritize my time, especially when we had all of those long trips to Atlanta and Mississippi, you know, having to find time to balance between homework and rehearsal. So I've definitely learned a lot about time management and just how to strengthen myself as a leader just from being underneath the band all those 4 years. So it's definitely the biggest part of my experience at Prairie View that really shaped me into the educator and performer that I am today.
Zanae, what would you have to say about your experience being on the dance line?
I would definitely say it's the same, especially with what Monty was saying about how it not only taught me how to be a better student, but a better bandsman and a woman as well. Like, I'm still learning it to this day. So every day is always a learning experience. So I'm really grateful of the opportunity. This is my 4th year on the team and in the band, and I love it. It's really a big family. I wouldn't replace it for anything in the world. Anytime I'd be like, oh my goodness, like if I'm having a bad day or if something didn't go good, I know that when I go to practice, somebody's gonna put a smile on my face and be like, Zanae, what's wrong? Like, where the smile's at? Like, and that love really cannot be replaced. It can't be given anywhere else. And I'm more than grateful to just not only be a part of the Black Foxes, but the band as well. So the experiences that I gotten going to the Macy's parade, the long Dallas tours. Like, I'm not from Dallas, I'm from Houston. So most of the time when I sing Dallas was from the band. It was just an amazing experience. Cotton Bowl, we going against Southern. All of it is just an amazing experience that I just can't wait to tell my kids, like, I was a Black Fox. But overall, I love it so much. The band directors, the students, the media team, EQ, it's all a big family, and I love them so much.
Wow, I just enjoy watching and listening to you all just carry on in your conversations and, you know, sharing all the memories that you have of being on the Hill. I was going to ask you all, like, what was your most memorable performance? We'll start with you, Jimmy. What was one of your most memorable performances being a part of the Marching Storm?
I honestly wish you didn't start with me. I have so many. I will say, for us, we didn't, you know how you guys well, except for one, but you guys like have way more like opportunities and performances than we ever did. So we dug deep into and dove deep into the ones that that we did have, as far as like Stay Fair Classic, of course, and me being from Fort Worth, that was like, we were pulling all nighters almost, like practicing, and then when they would shut off the field lights, we would go to each other's room to figure out what move we were going to do to get house. That's what we called it, to get house. And so we had to have that move, and I'll never forget. I'll say one of my favorite performances was probably like maybe 02 or something like that. I was head drum major, and it was when we came up with this move. I believe actually it was a guy by the name of Clarence Texada came up with this move where you're on your back fours and then you just like start rolling. So I think they still do it every now and then.
PV roll is what it's called now.
Oh, they gave it a name now.
Well, they gave it a name. Got me in trouble a few times.
But man, he came. I can't remember, and some alumni probably like, he didn't do that, but I remember him doing it back in the dance committee. But that happened like just not even in a rehearsal. Like that's how into it we were that we had to like come with it for Stay Fair Classic. And when we did that first time we did it, the entire I'm not exaggerating. It felt like the entire stadium was just like, whoa! So we knew, we were like, yeah, we're gonna keep that in for the next one. So I will say a Stay Fair Classic game.
And I was just going to say, Jimmy, for you, like you said, being from Dallas Fort Worth area, the very like your freshman year, right?
Oh man,
was it? I can just imagine you were telling, Mama, Neil, Auntie, Uncle, Cousin, hey. I mean, that was a big deal, right?
Yeah, and I have family. My family is like from mainly Howard, so I was supposed to go to Howard, but it was Prof. Phillips that brought me to not brought me to Prairie View, but he did recruitment at our school, O.D. Wyatt High School, and that was our first time because we were chorus style and we did like a little show band, but it was mainly chorus style stuff because we did UIL competitions and all that. And then once he came and just his personality, period. I mean, I think he can sell water to a well. And so he just really enticed me about Prairie View, and I had scholarship and everything for Howard. And then, but once I think probably 2 conversations with him, I was kind of sold. And I had family also that graduated from Prairie View, but I was like, I don't really want to do Prairie View. I would rather do Howard. But he sold me on it, and I have no regrets.
Who's next? I think you're muted, Regina.
For me, I would have to say the Prairie View Grambling games were always just a highlight because I'm from Dallas, Texas, and it was always an opportunity to perform for your home crowd. But it never failed. Most times that we had to perform, they were either the gods of rain decided that they wanted to come down right before the Black Friday performance, and we just had to make it through and push through and just continue to be as beautiful as possible in the midst of adversity. I think we had a very strong line back then, and we were really, really close because of some of the things that we went through. But I remember us having to fix those uniforms. We had back in the day had to sew our own uniforms, and we were up the night before until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So those were always memorable times. But one performance that really stood out was our first trip to Jackson State. And I remember the J-sets back then. I was young. It was, I think, my first year out on the line. The girls, I just remember being extremely tall and extremely beautiful. They were gorgeous. And it was like, okay. So, it kind of made us have, okay, we got to dance tall instead and step up our game. But the road trips for us were always highlights because everyone was so welcoming and just embracive of us. And it was like having a family reunion. So
And I just want to throw in, because we both said Stay Fair Classic. I think mostly because Eddie Robinson was the coach at that time. So yeah. Grambling was known as the world fame. So it was like you had to come with it because it was like, nah, bro. Nah, you just ain't seen us. You had to come with it.
Right. Okay, next. Now, let's hear another experience from the other alumni. What was your most memorable moment?
I will say I have 2. My first one was I want to say it was an Alcorn game. It might have been around 2014, 15, and it rained at that game. And I remember I had the flu going into it, and I finally got over the flu, but it was still raining. I was so adamant about still dancing. And I remember when we did fifth quarter, that was probably the best time I had in my life. It was pouring on us. Like, we looked like wet dogs in our outfits, but you know, it was the best fifth quarter we've ever had. The band was live. The football players were too. It was just such a great atmosphere that fifth quarter, and I will never, ever forget that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Miss Zachary, what about you as a director? Is there one performance that you just really remember, just like gave you chills to know that you choreographed and directed it?
It's funny. I mean, we've had some amazing performances, and I mean, Macy's, and then also a lot of people don't remember the Super Bowl Gospel Fest, which was also just an amazing performance for the Marching Storm. But for me, the immediate feedback that we get at Honda Battle of the Bands is just like no other. And I want to say that the two that stand out is the first time we went, and then this last time that we went in 2019. And you're there and you're seeing it, and you're seeing everything laid out, and you get that immediate feedback from the audience. And when the Storm played We're Not Making Love, and everybody took out their cell phones, and you turned around and the entire dome was lit, and everybody was, you know, waving their cell phones, and it was just, and we turned around and the whole staff was like, you know, and it was just an amazing feeling. And then of course this last one was just it was just the same thing. So as much as I love the ones where everybody across the nation got to see us, those Honda performances are you know, just remain in my heart because of just, you know, that feedback from the crowd. And then of course, you know, so many PV alum and students come to Atlanta to support us. So that those are just amazing performances to me.
Awesome. All right. Did we miss anyone to share their? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was on mute. So my favorite performances was definitely the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. That was my first year in the band. So to just be able to be like, wow, we doing this in the band. Like, I've never done this before. I've never been in New York. So those are experiences that I can say that I got from the band, and I would just always cherish. And like Miss Shawn said, with the Honda, I went twice my freshman year. So I had a ball my freshman year. That was just great. But my freshman year and this past year was just amazing. Like Miss Shawn said, just to see the crowd like really interactive. We played Dangerously in Love when we went, and just to hear the whole stadium just singing, and it's just like, wow, this is amazing. Like, I love it here. But those are definitely my favorite performances, hands down.
Okay.
I guess they saved me for last.
Yes, Dr. Zachary, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
We have, you know, my viewpoint is always different because I'm the guy making all the machines work together. But I think that Imani's favorite is also one of mine for a different reason. You had the Rumble in the Jungle with the big fight, and then you had the Rumble in the Rain, which wasn't supposed to happen. In fact, we had left the game because it was raining so much. We weren't going to attend the game. We went off to get some gas or something with the bus company. And the AD called me and said, hey, man, why aren't you guys at the game? Because Alcorn's at the game. Now, being mindful that I've spoken to Alcorn's band director who said he wasn't going to the game. So while we were away, they snuck into the game, which was fine. But I think that 2014-15 moment was also the change in direction that we needed for the program for me. Because that was the first time that I saw them pick up their musical spears and stand tall and look out and say, you know what? We are just as proud as you are to be who we are. And there's so much fight left in us. If you want to stay out here in the rain all night long, which we almost did, it was a horrible ride home. In fact, I think we got lost on the way home.
It was terrible.
But it was that moment when you look back and you realize that everybody in the trenches with you is facing the same. They're looking for the same outcome. They're looking for the W. It's no longer doubt on anybody's face or in anybody's mind that we're here to win. That was the turning moment. All the other performances spring from that one performance.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's just amazing to hear and just visit with you all. The baddest band in the land. That's the information that's out there, what you're known for. So thank you all for joining us this morning. I mean, we could sit and talk all day, but I know our alums and just the Panther family are really just glad to see you all this morning and to let everyone know that we haven't forgotten about any of you. And Dr. Zachary, thank you for coming on board and just continuing the proud tradition of the Marching Storm and the Black Foxes.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, you're welcome. All right, we'll be back with more of Day 6 here on the Hill at the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Experience.
It's all we need. Love. Love. I can't fool myself. I don't want nobody else to ever love me. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's not a minute, hour, day or night I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, 'cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember the days I was scared to touch you. How I spent my day dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You must have known I had feelings deep enough to swim in. That's when you opened up your heart and you told me to come in. Oh my love. Oh. 1,000 kisses from you is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Oh my love. A million days in your arms is never too much. No. And I just don't wanna stop. Never too much, never too much, never too much. I can't get enough love. No. can't get enough. Get enough. It feels so good. I woke up today, looked at your picture just to get me started. I called you up, but you weren't there, and I was broken hearted. Hung up the phone, gotta get to work. My boss is so demanding. Opened the door up, and to my surprise, there you were standing. Who wants to go to work to hustle for another dollar? I'd rather be with you, 'cause you make my heart scream and holler. So good as a gamble, and I'm so glad that I am winning. We've come a long way, and yet this is only the beginning. Give it here, don't hold back, just give it here. Oh, my love, 1,000 kisses from you is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Oh my love, a million days in your arms is never, and I just don't wanna stop. Never too much, never too much, never too much. I can't get enough love. I can't get the time has come for us to stop messing around. I can't get enough. Ain't no such thing as too much loving, baby. I can't get enough. No. I can't get enough. No, never too much. I can't get enough. Oh no, you can love me, baby. I can't get enough of your loving. Oh, can't you see? I can't get enough. Baby, I love you. I can't. Oh, so give me all your loving, give me all your touching, and give me all your kissing. Give me what I've been missing. Don't just say nothing, just give it here. Give me all your love. We light up the world with the love that we give. So good, we can't hold back nothing new. All we need is love, more love.
Hey there, everyone. Good afternoon. It's the 12 noon hour, and as promised, we have an amazing panel of parents. All week we've had some awesome comments scroll up on our live feed, and please don't stop the comments from coming in. Tell us how the virtual homecoming is landing on you. Tell us how you're enjoying it. Chime in with our guests. co-sign anything that you hear that feels like, it needs additional amplification, and feel free to join in the conversation this morning. So during the week, as a result of many conversations with all of our guests, from the deans to the various colleges, to some of our leaders, our faculty, our students, we've had so many comments of support from parents throughout PV Nation, as well as one particular person who is an alumna of the university, but she's also, she leads our parents and families programs here at Prairie View, Yolanda Gross. And though she's actually helping out with a couple of voting polls this morning, she couldn't actually be here to participate in the conversation live, but she did send forward a message that we'd like to share with you all this morning. Here it is. Laura's working furiously to get that video up for us, and so we're taking a look here just a second. There we are.
Greetings, Panther parents and families. My name is Mrs. Yolanda Gross, also known as Mrs. YG, here at Prairie View A&M University. I want to first apologize that I'm not there to attend or participate in the roundtable. I am your parent liaison and program coordinator for parent and family programs here at Prairie View A&M University. So a lot of you may have been getting emails and information from me. I try to keep you updated. Just a little bit about Mrs. YG. I'm a Prairie View alum. I am originally from the small East Texas town of Crockett, Texas. Graduated from Crockett, Texas. Went straight into attending Prairie View A&M University. While at Prairie View A&M University, I participated in the Marching Storm. So I'm a former Marching Storm member. I started out playing trombone my first 2 years and played baritone my second 2 years. And this was under the direction of Professor George Edwards. One of the interesting things about my experience with the band at Prairie View, I was the only female trombone player when I came in during my freshman year. So, I had to be small but mighty. Had to show them that black girl magic. Anyway, graduated from Prairie View with a Bachelor of Arts in English, and I minored in political science. Went on to do some other things, came back in 2005, and has been there ever since. So I've been at Prairie View almost 16 years, going on 16 years. I started out in finance and administration, which is now business affairs. I went over to the College of Business, worked under Dean Caduce, and then in 2010, I ended up going over to student affairs and has been there ever since in different positions. My husband is also a PV alum. He's a two-time Hall of Fame. His class of 2014 Prairie View Sports Hall of Fame and class of 2018 for the SWAC Hall of Fame in track and field. We have 4 beautiful kids and five grandkids. So yes, I'm a grandma. So I understand that family thing. Also, just one last thing about Mrs. YG. I am scheduled to graduate from Prairie View A&M University with my master's in community development, December the 12th, 2020. So yay! I'm excited. And that's a little bit about Mrs. YG. The Office of Parent and Family Programs is the office for the parents and family members of the Prairie View A&M University students. We are there to answer questions, to provide resources, and to help with challenges that the parents may be experiencing with that transfer from high school to the university. We also host various programs and events to get this parents and family members familiar with the campus and campus life. We do things such as Parent and Family Weekend. We have coffee and conversation. We do midterm madness survival snacks for our students during midterms. For a week, that week of midterms, we provide brain foods. We also do that during finals. We call it fueling up for finals, making sure that you're going to finish strong. We've done educational programming such as health awareness, breast cancer, cervical cancer. So there's different things that the office does to make sure that the parents and families stay connected, learn, engage to our great university. Parent to Family programs officially started January of 2019. That's my official starting time. Since then, we have social media pages. We have Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We have a monthly newsletter that goes out. We have a website that provides a great amount of information. We have a parent guide on their website that provides information and gives information that is pertinent to the parents. We have our own office. We are part of a national association for parents and families. We have done a lot. And like I said, as far as the events and different things within that time. So we have accomplished a lot at this time. What's next for Prairie View? So one of the things I would really like to work on is getting everyone to understand the importance that parents and families can play in the not only the success of our students, but the continuing legacy of our university and part of the thriving of our university. One of the things I come to find out by being a part of this national association is that a lot of those colleges and universities who are thriving have that partnership, a really, really great partnership with parents and families. And although the students come through and they graduate, but those parents and families continue to have that relationship and they become part of the family. They become part of the support system. They become the biggest advocates for the university. They become the biggest ambassadors for the university. And so with the networking that the parents have, many of them own companies or they work for big companies, they are able to continue to help their universities and college get internships for their students. They're able to continue to assist with careers as well as financial support for the university. So that's something I don't think we've really tapped into, but once we can tap into that and get to understand the benefits and how it can help the university to continue our legacy and build our legacy, that's something that I'm hoping to start focusing on is to get the university to understand the importance of building that partnership with our parents and families. My message to my parents and families, first of all, thank you all for entrusting us with your student. Thank you so much. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure your student is successful. And the only way we can do that is with the partnership and the support of the parents and the families. Please believe me, this is something that is truly needed. If you experience any challenges, you experience any difficulties, please feel free to contact me. Once again, I'm Mrs. Yolanda Gross. You can contact me at 936-261-3566, or you can email me at pantherparent@pvamu.edu. You can also email me at my personal email, my personal work email, which is yrgross@pvamu.edu. I am here for you. I am here for your student. I am here for your family. You are just as much as part of this Panther family as anyone else. And you have anything that's going on and you need to talk to Ms. Gross, please feel free to contact me. Also, I look forward to, once all of these things are over with, to being able to greet you, to hug you, to talk to you, and to engage with you, for us to do some great things for our students, in supporting them and let them know that they are loved. They are loved. Thank you.
There you go. Good. There we are. I was saying outstanding presentation, and we want to thank Yolanda Lockhart Gross for creating that video on such short notice. She put that together yesterday in anticipation of this awesome panel that we've put together on the fly, first of all, and allows us to talk to our parents. You know, as a faculty member here at the university, it's important for us to have a strong connection with the parents, because together, you and, you know, the core faculty here, we're working together to help the students grow and to grow their minds and to become successful, right? So I just want to say thank you, first of all, for entrusting us with your children's, your young Panthers education. And welcome. So tell you what, why don't we just go around the horn and have everyone introduce themselves? Tell me where you're calling in from, and let's get it going. Let's start with Miss Johnson, Kim Johnson. There, tell us who you are, what you do in the world, and where you're calling us from. Can you hear me? Okay. So I think my mic is still muted there. Laura, unmute me. There where it says the big. Okay. Can you hear me now, family? Okay. I think
yeah, like you said, my name is Kim Johnson. I live here in Indianapolis, Indiana, over 1,000 miles from Prairie View, Texas. I am an accountant. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, ma'am. Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Why don't
yeah,
we
I
come
can hear
back
you.
Good. Why don't we
can
come
you
back
hear me?
to we can hear you just fine. Yep. Let's keep let's come back to you in a little bit, and then let's go on to one of our other moms. Yes, ma'am. I love it.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kim Johnson. Like I said, I live in Indianapolis, Indiana. Okay. Yeah, I live in Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm an accountant here. I'm an accountant here with the Department of Defense, and I have a student, a sophomore there at Prairie View, and I'm glad to be a part of the panel. I've been watching all week.
Excellent. Thank you and welcome. Thank you. Next up, who do we have here?
Okay.
Any of you? Go ahead. Go for it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Davina Reed. I'm in St. Louis, Missouri. I have a freshman there. She's a Regent Scholar, engineering major, and glad to be on the panel.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining
Mhm.
us today, Ms. Reed.
Mhm.
And yes, who else do we have here on our panel joining us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Great. Hi, I'm Tamika Bello. I am here all the way in Katy, Texas, by way of
Yeah.
Atlanta, Georgia. I have a biology sophomore major there at PV, and super excited. This is my, I guess you could say, second year as part of the parent and family program. So I'm really excited about the panel.
Excellent. Excellent. And we have Miss Howard here also who's joined us. But we'll come back to Miss Howard. And is there anyone else? We had one more person who was there and then she just disappeared. Perhaps she'll come back and join us in just a second. So thank you all for joining us today from all the various places where you've called in from. Let me just ask you this one quick question. Do we have any PV alum among this particular mix? Anyone here who graduated from Prairie View?
No.
Okay, that's actually a good answer for this conversation, because we know our alum, know Prairie View, have an endeared heart to Prairie View. They're going to be here. They're going to, all these conversations. But you all, your experience with Prairie View, this might be your first time getting to know the campus and the programming here and whatnot. How if you know, how did your child choose Prairie View for their higher education experience?
Well, for me, my sister lives here in Katy, and when it came time for Janiyah to start looking at school, she was like, well, come out here and see if you see anything you like, because of course we lived in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So we came out and we did, we toured, her actual, because she was a cheerleader at the time, she was really stuck on Sam Houston. She wanted to go to Sam Houston. So we toured Sam Houston, we toured Texas A&M, and then PV was on it was senior day at the Hill.
Yeah.
That we came out, and at first she didn't want to go to a HBCU. She wanted to follow behind her sister's footsteps. She wanted to cheer in college. So we came, and I didn't say anything. I just wanted her to get a feel for it. And so we were riding back, of course, driving back to Georgia. And I was like, so what do you think? And she was like, I want to go here. And I'm like, go where? She's like, PV. And I'm like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah. I said, this is out of state, right? She was like, yeah. And I mean, of course, she got accepted to other HBCUs in Georgia and things like that. But she was set for PV. And I was like, okay, I was set for PV, and I wasn't even looking to go back to school. So we were really excited. So of course I came out first because I've been here almost January be 2 years, and then Janiyah came right after when she got into the summer program. So we were really excited.
Excellent. I'm just going to say real quick, Miss Howard, we have her on, but her mic, we see the symbol on her frame, so her mic is muted. I don't want to leave her out. There she is. Yes, excellent.
Yay.
Before we go into the rest of the answers, please, Miss Howard, introduce yourself. We don't want to leave you out of the fun here.
Okay. How's everyone this afternoon? I am Donna Howard. I live in Grand Prairie, Texas. I teach special education in Irving Independent School District. And I have my husband and I have a sophomore at PV. He absolutely loves Prairie View A&M. He has connections with cousins and the aunts or great aunts that have attended Prairie View
actually, it would be his great great aunt and uncle who met at, I'm gonna say in the 50s, possibly. He's heard about them through my mom, but I appreciate all the support that you give the students there. My husband and I are very proud of our son, and he again loves being there. He's a sophomore, but he's wanted to attend Prairie View since he was a fifth grader. His major is biology with the minor in chemistry. So he has grown tremendously as a young adult, and I really appreciate the support that you've given to him. Again, thanks for the time that you've taken to spend with parents.
Absolutely, without question. So it sounds like your son learned about PV and made a choice, like you said, very early, fifth grade,
Right.
from other family members who attended, and just being close enough to the experience here to go, that's exactly what I want. But we have two more parents who tells us they didn't have a connection to Prairie View. So tell you what, Miss Reed, tell me how your child ended up here on the Hill.
Well, we're from St. Louis, and I think in this region, the obvious for a lot of students who choose HBUs is to go south and to go east. And so Texas just was not on my radar at all. So what happened was I was looking for engineering summer program, and Prairie View just came across the Google search, and they had one, and it just happened to be free, and Tuskegee just happened to cost. And so
Yeah, and that's real. Yeah.
so I contacted and called, and they was like, yeah, it's free. I said, well, is it open to out of state people? And they said, yeah, well, most of the kids are local, but we do, and we provide housing. So she did the summer program, and I think it was 1 week or something like that. But I sent her down there, and she loved the campus. She enjoyed the program, and she just really liked it. And I said, well, would you want to apply there? That was she was a rising senior at the time, going into her senior year, and she was like, yeah, I would consider going there. So that's how it even got on the radar, that she really liked the campus. And I had never considered it. I had one classmate that went to Prairie View. Outside of him, I didn't even know anybody that had gone, and it had really went out of my consciousness, that of even existence. And so that's how it happened. And I am so impressed by the school. I just cannot believe I went to Tennessee State. And that's where everybody in this area want to go to: Tennessee State, Jackson State, Alabama A&M, Clark, that Howard. Everybody wants to go that way, and they really sleeping on Prairie View. It's just I'm just so outdone by the simplest of things, like you guys answer the phone. That's just the simplest of things
Indeed,
that make
yes.
a world of difference to a parent. That you call and the phone people answer the phone. Yeah. So that's how it happened. She went to a summer program and liked it. Liked the summer program and enjoyed the campus. So yep.
Outstanding. And that's great feedback for us as well. Because we get kind of busy, and we get into our caves, and sometimes we forget that when the parents call, they're not calling to just chit chat, and there's a purpose, and there's a need, and there's something to be addressed. And so on our side, the phrase we use is customer service. You're our customer, and we have to provide the best service possible for you and our young Panther and the entire family. One, because if we give your young Panther a good experience, hopefully down the line when they have their family, they can go, I know exactly where you're going to school. You're going to Prairie View, and it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we want to take the best possible care of our young people, and I appreciate you making that comment that when you all call, we will answer, and we will give you
even
the
a student. I'm a high school guidance counselor. I'm helping these students navigate that whole admissions process. And when you're
Exactly.
just trying to get in a school and you can't get a question answered, that'll turn a student away, and that'll
Yeah.
can actually keep them from going
Yeah.
if they
Yeah. I
can't get
concur.
a question answered.
Right.
Yeah.
Looks like I lost Miss Jackson there, or Miss Johnson, Kim Johnson there for a second. So maybe she'll come back and join us here in a moment. So let's go back to March, right? It's March, and the pandemic is becoming global news. And we're not certain how we're handling classes and whether or not we're going virtual or face to face. And so the university decided to extend spring break for one additional week to kind of, you know, figure ourselves out and get our legs under us. If you can recall back to that time, what were your thoughts when suddenly your child wasn't coming back to campus and wasn't attending classes right after spring break, and finding out about the pivot that needed to happen? What was your experience during that time?
Well, with mine, Janaya had went back home to Atlanta to see her friends and her grandmother. So she was there for quite some time, and she was, excited. And I was a little nervous at first, especially when they started discussing closing and closing the airports. And we were a little optimistic about that, about her being stuck in Atlanta and not being with us. But seeing how PV handled the situation, she actually lived off campus, off in one of the off campus apartment complexes. So not being on the school grounds wasn't a big issue for her. I was just more concerned that, you know, okay, the school is changing this, can you handle these type of changes? And she's like, yeah. So she did actually very well, and we were very proud of how things were going. I work in the healthcare field. I work for Methodist Hospital here, which is one of the biggest hospital systems in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing everything happen firsthand, and then knowing at least that, a lot of people say, God, they're giving us too much information. Being that you guys were providing us with ample information and knowing how to handle the kids and the classes, I was very pleased, especially seeing things going on in the hospital and what was going on there. So I was, being that we didn't had the unknown of what was going to happen next, knowing that, the kids weren't going to be affected as much as far as their education and things like that, I think it went very well. I was pleased.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Miss Reed. Tell us how that time period landed on you and what adjustments. You too, Miss. And then we have Miss Johnson back. Miss Johnson, I just asked a question to go back to March in your mind and tell us what was racing through your mind as the pandemic was breaking out and we had to pivot your child's education. So go ahead. Let's just have this open conversation. How did it all happen for you all?
Well, for me, like I said, we live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and she was home on spring break when we got the word about the whole pandemic situation and that they could not return to Prairie View. It wasn't a very difficult situation for us. She really made the transition very well. I was a little worried about, but I did have the confidence in the school because I know there were already some things in place for online learning, which I had been a part of when I got my master's. So I knew it could be done. So with a lot of prayer and just making sure that she was set up here. I appreciate the school kept in touch with us and let us know how they were going to actually handle the situation. So that was comforting and understanding how Prairie View was going to move this whole situation out. And like I said, my daughter, she's in the undergraduate medical academy. So they were also very supportive as another, extension to just the overall program of the school, just keeping us informed, letting us know what the next step, what was happening next. And then I'm sort of a helicopter mom, so I'm always zooming in and trying to,
do my own research. So I was online. I'm reading all type of things. I'm in a sorority, so we also kept one another abreast of what was going on with each other. So I had like a little support group just among my friends and sorority sisters. So we kept one another as far as the educational realm, informed about what was going on with the pandemic and how the schools were moving forward. I have a good friend who's a counselor, so she was in the know a lot. But the school was very. I mean, we had a good. I mean, it wasn't a bad experience in moving to the next level, and she still continued and was able to continue with her studies, and she continued on through the summer. So it was okay. It was a nice transition. I mean, make lemons out of lemonade. make lemonade out of lemons.
Bring me back again. Yeah, yeah. Outstanding. Lemons out of lemonade. Sister, say, where my triangle at? If you've been watching all week, I have this triangle so that when something hits your spirit and it feels good and you go, yes, I agree with that. You got to get your your spirit moment in when you say you had your circle, you had your support group, you had your system in place that would allow you to kind of thrive. We were all seeking that, but to be a helicopter mom and do the research you needed to do so that you can be informed, incredibly important. Absolutely. Ms. Howard, how did you fare when things start to shift?
I would say that Niall was able to make a decision. My husband and I allowed him to make the decision about going back to campus or staying at home and do his courses online. We knew, in enough time, the steps that Prairie View was making to keep the kids safe and also to keep parents informed of the active cases there on campus. When the week was added to the spring break, that really allowed our son to think through how he would handle his studies for the rest of the semester, and it also allowed my husband and I to get more information about what was going on with COVID. So he made a decision to go back, and he was going back to the campus. And I think 2 or 3 days later, before we were actually going to leave, he decided to finish online and stay at home. So we did bring him back home to finish the rest of the semester. But because he really enjoyed Prairie View, his first semester as a freshman, he was part of the Student Government Association. He really wanted to be back on campus this semester. So he is back on campus. He absolutely loves it. He works on student government. Again, he's a senator. And so he's really driving. He does say that he wished there were activities on campus, but of course, because of the safety measures, the kids aren't as active as openly on campus as he would like. But of course, he knows that that's important for the activities to be minimal. So right now, we're fine with handling everything. So again, that's another I think way that parents we feel comfortable with the way that you've kept us informed, excuse me, of everything that's going on. So we feel comfortable about him being there.
Wow. I definitely understand the feeling about not having the activities on campus. Earlier in the week, we had our campus administrators on who gave us some great insight about what it felt like for them, having to take away homecoming and having to pivot on a few activities that the students, that really impacts the students' experience as college students. I mean, we all collectively had college experiences ourselves, and if you could think back to a time where you were anticipating that big party or anticipating that homecoming event, and all of that's been taken away from our young people right now. I just appreciate their understanding during all of this. I'm sorry, Ms. Reed. Let's hear from you. What did that pivot look like for you?
It was not good. Drea was still in high school, so she didn't get to have graduation or prom for senior year. Everything was up in the air, so we were still very hopeful of a turnaround. Didn't think in a million years that we would still be dealing with this, even at this point of the year, hoping that there would still be something that could be postponed, to later on, maybe postponement of the graduation. She was supposed to do, they were going to have engineering program for the engineering students over the summer. That got canceled. Um, so it wasn't very good for her because there was a lot of things that we were hopeful for that just kind of got canceled. And so even now, she's there. She wanted to go. I let her decide if she wanted to still go on campus or not. Um, so she decided that she would still come to campus. So she's there now, but she's they haven't she hasn't gotten to get that experience of a freshman being in camp, being away in college. So she's like, I'm wondering if I should just stay home next semester. I'm like, no. I let you pick the first time, but I'm picking the second time. You're gonna go back, even if you have to be virtual second semester. It's just something we all are having to deal with. So it's just gonna be a growing pain. So hopefully some things will turn around for second semester, but we're all dealing with it.
Yeah, I, you know, that's the piece that worries me the most. If a student decides they're not going to come back because, as a fully realized college experience, this virtual existence isn't living up to their interest. Um, I get that wholeheartedly. Here at the university, not only am I a faculty member, but I've learned to love the school so much that I chose it for my PhD studies. And as a student, I wanted an experience where I was face to face. I was able to engage with my professors. I needed that because I'm a big time procrastinator. If there's something else I can do to in distraction of the things that I need to get done in the course of my day, I'm probably going to do it with the 11 things I need to do as a faculty member here. So I chose the program here because I knew I could just walk across campus to the College of Education, go to class, be there with my professors, be there with my cohort members. And then when everything went crazy and we switched to virtual, I felt that too. I just as Ms. Reed saying, about her child's maybe not having the same interest in coming back. I felt that too because I was like, I just don't want to do an online school experience. But even to that note, Prairie View really rose to the occasion by creating so many opportunities in training, so many opportunities and getting new equipment that could perhaps enhance even the virtual experience. Tell me, what do you all need from the university, from us, that can help you communicate to your children, hey, it's okay, stay, let's figure this out. What could you tell other parents? What advice do you have so that we can all kind of push through this and work through this together? We don't want to lose any of our students. What do we do?
I would like the hybrid. That was one of the things that they were told that they would have the hybrid, and she didn't get the hybrid. And I think that's very important. I think when you are in battle, or a fighter prepares to fight, and when you're prepared, when you are in a fight and you're able to prepare. This was a situation that there was no preparation for, but they were told that they would get the hybrid. So if you are a student, like you said, you procrastinate, I'm the same way, and you're thrust into a situation that you have no preparation for, sometimes for that kid it's hard to be successful because you are not a kid that can do well with virtually learning 100%. So that social interaction, that teacher to teacher one-on-one interaction is vital to your success. It could make or break you as a student because you need that. But when you get there and you have 100% virtual, when you were told that you would have some hybrid, And that hybrid was what got you there, because that's why my daughter came, because she was told that she would be able to have that hybrid. And then she had a class that they told her that after a few weeks that she would have that, and she didn't. And it's all virtual, and she's been adjusting. Like, she's got good grades, but she really needs to be able to come out of that room. It's hard to stay in that room.
So
No
that
activities, there's nothing going on. And some kids need that. So I don't know what the university can do to promote small group interaction, even with social distancing, some type of small group interaction, even if it's 20 kids of social distancing, something where those kids can get together and do something. Because
understand.
Yeah.
Understand that completely.
you gotta do so. You can't make them stay in that room another semester.
Yeah.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead and chime in. Tell us what else. I'm taking notes of all of this. We need to definitely
Go ahead.
revisit how many of our classes are hybrid and see if we can stick to that in safety, maybe splitting up the classes into smaller groups, and so we can take them in cycles and in shifts. And even though larger group events might not be a possibility, see what we can do in smaller groups to still give our students some semblance of social engagement with each other while they're here. Absolutely. Yes, one of our other moms. What advice would you give?
For me, I don't know if you can hear me, Kim. Yeah, for me, because my daughter is a second year student, that was another concern. It was a hybrid. We allowed her to come back to the campus, because we are very far, we're 1,000 miles away, thinking that she would be in that hybrid situation. Now, unfortunately, my student was exposed to COVID on the campus. So she did have to quarantine, and I will commend the campus in the way they handled that. She did have to quarantine in her dorm for about 14 days. And so, and it didn't seem to bother, because I guess the rest of the campus, they weren't going anywhere either. They had to stay. They couldn't go to classes, so that didn't impact her, but she got through that. But just as the other parents said, coming out of that and just being able to have some small activity, because I think right now, I think they still may be on, they can't visit one another in their dorms and things like that. So just being able to have those small, intimate settings, I think, because like I said, she is in the UMA Academy, she's getting maybe a few little intimate settings over there, but I think they look forward to that. And I think another off-campus parent has allowed them to come together in small groups at their home. So I really appreciate the parent that lives in that area that's allowed my student, as well as a few other, keeping it at a small number, but just even maybe having, I don't know if it's allowed, to put it out there that, the parents that live in that area, that maybe having some small little things here and there, just to, give the kids an opportunity, the students opportunity to come together. I did hear earlier in the week that they were thinking of having a drive-in type of setting. And I thought that was a great idea. It might have to be in, little shifts, but I think something like that, like you said, a little small intimate setting where they could do a drive-in move. I know here is very cold in Indy now, but there in Texas, I know your weather's a little warmer. So that may be something that can have some outdoor activity where they have to stay. My daughter has her car there, so I don't know if other students who don't have cars, how that would work. But I definitely would love to see some type of activity. So when she comes home, she'll be home in about 3 weeks. But I will say, even though she's been in that situation, I asked her if she wanted to come home once they found out they weren't going to attend classes. And she said no. So she loves it there, even in that situation. So, I do understand being a freshman. I couldn't imagine that situation for her. but like you said, I think they have to have some activity, some connection there.
Mm-hmm. Hello? Yeah. My experience, well, my advice would be just to, I have actually two other nephews at PV. One is a junior, another is a sophomore there. One's in the engineering program, one is in the architecture program. And then, of course, my daughter in the biology program. I will say being online for my daughter and one of my nephews has been a challenge for them, because it's, of course, that interaction. I know of my baby, she needs that type of interaction. She actually came home the other day and she was very upset, and she, you know, was basically like, I can't handle this online. And, her father and I made a decision to make her stay home with us for a few days just so she can kind of disconnect. Her roommates are very understanding because she lives in an apartment off campus. But I would ask that the staff, especially the teachers and maybe the advisors, would be a little bit more understanding to these kids' situation, especially with their learning. I had to explain to her that this is new for everybody. This is something that we've never experienced, but it is a learning curve for the students and the programs and the teachers. Everyone needs to have a little bit more compassion, understanding with this, and know that if your students are reaching out for help, that they're not just asking just to be asking. Janiyah is the type that will try to figure it out first, but then if she gets to a point where she's stuck, then she reaches out. So I do ask that the teachers be a little bit more understanding, be a little bit more open when it comes to them learning online, because a lot of them do struggle. Some need that hands-on experience. So, a little bit of understanding would go a long way from the faculty. And then also too, of course, with her being a freshman last year and everything going away, she did feel like she got robbed of her freshman year experience. And I mean, I tell her, and I tell everybody, just seeing what's going on, this isn't going away no time soon. We're going to have to start looking at it just like how we look at the flu. We just have to know how to, like you said, pivot during this whole ordeal. And that's all I ask, is that, we have to be a little bit more creative with the programs and some of the events and functions for the kids, even though it doesn't have to be a lot. But they do need just a little bit more human interaction besides people who they are in close quarters. Luckily for me, since the pandemic hit in March, I've been working from home from March. But I still need to get away and get out away from the house and family members and things like that. So if we could just get a little bit more creative on things that they can do, doesn't have to be a whole lot. Like I said, small groups would be great, because to be honest, these kids are going to figure out a way to be around each other. We just want it to be more smart and healthy. So if the school, can just get a little more creative with some of the things that they can do, that would definitely go a long way for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
Thank you so much for that advice for the entire community to possess more grace. Ms. Johnson was absolutely right. We're going to figure out this whole drive-in thing. We're going to, we're going to get air mattresses and have people sit and separate out. And if you have a little car, we'll create sections towards the back of the parking lot, and people can pull in and park and enjoy a drive-in movie. I think what you're communicating, and we're going to get to Ms. Howard here in just a second, what you're communicating is that we have to be innovative in how we create a new life as we know it. I think what Ms. Bello is absolutely saying is that there is no going back to the way things were in total. That we have to reshape how we proceed in terms of not just offering the academic piece, but offering the social piece, offering the health and wellness piece. The kids being cooped up, parents being cooped up, faculty, staff, everyone's being cooped up. And what we're hearing regularly is that low grade depression that kicks in. The fact that the students can't come together, as a community, the entire campus community can't really come together. There's that sadness that kicks in, that I feel like I'm in a cave, I'm alone, I'm not able to, really thrive in this particular setting. We don't have any sports, we don't have any, parties, we don't have any engagements of any, of varying sorts. And so I think what you all are saying is absolutely spot on in ways that we need to really think outside the box to give our entire community a shot in the arm socially. Ms. Howard, why don't you finish us up with some advice that you would like to give to the university and campus community in terms of, keeping this ball rolling forward?
Yeah. Well, what I like to say is in terms of I guess being safe, the way I look at how my son feels about school is he wants to first make sure that academics are at the top of his priority. So being able to make a connection, with each professor has been really important to him, because he is able to talk about the characteristics of his professors, what the expectations are in each course. And that was very important for him. Well, with him having to stay in the dorm and take courses virtually, he can't make that connection with the professor. And I think that's, I won't say hindered his performance academically. I would just say that it is a priority to him to be able to make the connection, so he'll know what the expectations are when he's able to actually physically see that professor. The social part is important, because it's like the leaving home and being able to, hang out with friends or make the connection with his schoolmates there at PV, and he hasn't been able to do that. So I think that's like the second priority. So I would just say that if there's some way that the professors can see the students, if it's not a hybrid situation weekly, if it's at least maybe once every 2 to 3 weeks, for the professors to make a connection so that the students can actually see them. So I don't know if that's setting up a class or an auditorium with 50 kids spread out so they can physically see that professor, make a connection, and kind of learn what the expectations are. Because one thing I told Now before he left is that whatever goes on during that class time or that instruction time, make sure that you leave that that course at the end of the period or time frame, and then go see and make eye contact with the professor, and then you're able to go and do what the professor has expected you to do. Because it makes a difference when I can actually come and talk to you one-on-one or 5 on one, and talk to you about what I'm struggling with in your course, what questions I have that I need to ask you when I can see you face to face, if that makes sense. So if there's something that the school can do about the kids being able to see their professors face to face, I think that make a huge difference in how they feel about that PV family, because it is a family. And Now he's made that clear that he absolutely does not want to leave PV. But I think it's important for him to make a connection with his professors, because he was able to do that and was very successful, and it felt like a family to him.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. And I think that was a great suggestion as well. Figure out a way to at least going back to that hybrid conversation, or at least to do a regular advisement opportunity where the students can feel like that they're not just talking into the ether, that they can come in and they can see their professor, even if we take 1 or 2 days, or once a week or once a month, even, to just kind of meet in person and just kind of say, are we all okay? Are we all still in this? And that one thing that I've done since the pandemic is have created a mandatory one-on-one session via Zoom, of course, but each and every one of my students have had to do a mandatory 15, 30 minutes with me. Whereas before, my office hours, if you needed something, come see me in my office and, let's talk a bit. But during this construct, it's just too easy to lose someone in the mix because they're where they are and they're living their life and they're going forward. And again, if they're anything like me, distractions. I think we all kind of need to continue to push together and do what we can to support our young ones. I want to thank you all for joining us today. I know we could talk for the rest of the afternoon about all the ways we can support our young people, but I'm going to follow up with Ms. Gross because I would like to be a part of the organization and be a touchstone for you all as a faculty member. And maybe if we can incorporate more faculty, staff, and administrators into the parents and family programs, that way Ms. Lockhart Gross doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting herself in terms of being the conduit between you and what's happening in the classroom and on campus. Those of you watching can see along the bottom of the screen Ms. Lockhart Gross's contact information, the phone number. If there are parents out there watching who also want to find out more about what's happening on campus and in ways they can participate, even that much more actively, especially like this collective of women here who, didn't graduate from Prairie View. They don't have that same sort of like PV allegiance, although now they are PV Nation family right now. That is, you went to Tennessee State, you went to wherever you went, you are PV Panthers now. And, we just want to make sure you are well cared for and taken care of, and as well as your children. So thank you so much for being a part of the conversation today.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here, and I am definitely stealing this idea and trying to take it to TSU.
Awesome. Good, y'all.
Thank you.
Have a fantastic Saturday. Stay with us. Watch the rest of the day.
Thank you.
I think today we're going on until about 4:00. And so, we have so many amazing things still to come. We have basketball team. And right up next, we have, not the basketball team, football team. Coach Dooley's coming up later. But right next, we have our shiny brand new athletic director, Dr. Reed. He's on standby. He's actually waiting in the background here to come on and tell you about all the amazing things that we're doing in athletics, despite COVID, because pandemic don't stop no Panther. We're going to keep going forward. We're going to keep journeying forward. And Dr. Reed's going to come and tell us what ways we are still journeying forward here on the Hill. Thank you. Stay with us.
what they do. I'm appreciative, so they give 100%. But I always see something that can be improved.
He helped usher in a new era of marching bands. And 40 years after his arrival on the Hill, evidence of his performance style and legacy plays on today through modern day band performances.
Let me tell you, the band at Prairie View at that time when I got in the band, it was so small that when we would go to play certain schools, I remember one school in Louisiana, which shall remain nameless. Our band was so small that when we arrived and marched in the stadium, the fans at that particular school literally laughed at us that we had the audacity, is what they told us. You could hear them from the crowd saying that they didn't believe that we had the nerve, to show up. But we did. We had very proud band students, and we knew that our day was coming.
Before he got here. Well, okay. See, George and I came the same year. See, all right. I came about a month before he got here. So prior to us getting here, prior to my getting here, there were no scholarships. There was no financial support for the band. And just as I said, we would go out with financial aid applications trying to recruit students to come to be a part of the band. And so there was no financial incentive, no awards, no stipends, whatever you will call it, for the band. All right. So when we got here, I think there were 4 people in band camp. And as the year progressed, got to the first game, we may have had 40, 50, 60, and eventually it grew up to as many as 96.
George was a one of a kind individual. First of all, he was a perfectionist.
He was a very angry man, but he was a kind-hearted angry man. When you first meet him, I mean, it's very, what's the word? It's very scary when you first meet him because you don't know him. It's intimidating. But then once you get to know him and you learn his musical genius, it's like this guy knows.
Can I do the? All right, here we go. All right, I'm cheering as if we were at the game, but we're not. But I'm still in the homecoming spirit, of course. So we hope that you all are too. Once again, welcome back to day 6. We're in our afternoon session of the PVAMU. My producers are telling me to do it bigger, do it big. Y'all see where we are. We're virtually here inside of the stadium, up in the athletic suite. This is our studio. We've been here all week for everybody, making it happen. Student Laura Burke and our awesome professor, Teresa Dalves from the Mass Communications Department. They've been an awesome team here. Yay, go PV, right? All right, so thank you all again for joining us. We're having a great time with this virtual homecoming experience, and we're going to get into our question of the day. And we hope that we have some Panthers and family out there that are paying attention, because I've got an amazing, if you get the answer to this question, this is your homecoming gift pack. So the question of the day is, which college on the campus was responsible for the Black Lives Matter project on University Drive? Once again, the question is, which college on the campus was responsible for the Black Lives Matter project on University Drive? So if you get that answer right, let me just let you know what's in our gift pack, our homecoming gift pack. We've got, you could win one of these awesome PVAMU blankets to keep you nice and snug and warm this winter. We've also got an alumni mug for all of our corporate productive Panthers out there. We've also got t-shirts. PV, you know, we can't leave that out. That's in here. We've also got an alumni 1876 t-shirt. And of course, we can't forget PVAMU mask. Everybody stay safe out there. We've also got our PVAMU branded dominoes. We've got a keychain here for you. And we've also got a set of PVAMU branded playing cards. So who can get the answer right to that question? This could be your PVAMU homecoming gift pack. So we want to get that to somebody. So I'll repeat it one more time. The question of the day: which school on campus was responsible for the PVAMU, the Black Lives Matter project on University Drive? All right, let's get into our next segment with our athletic director, Dr. Donald Reed. Okay. Oh, it looks like we have an answer. The School of Architecture. So that is Christina Smith. Looks like, I don't have my glasses on, but Christina Smith, she is our winner of the homecoming gift pack. So Christina, make sure that you send us your information to alumnirelations@pvamu.edu. Send us your first and last name and also your contact information so that we can get you this amazing homecoming gift pack. Awesome. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and talk to our newly minted athletic director, Dr. Donald Reed. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you doing?
Outstanding. It's a great day today. The sun is shining, and one of my favorite holidays because I get to eat a lot of sweets. So
Oh,
excited.
that's right, Halloween.
Oh yes,
No,
absolutely.
yes, it would be a great day for PVMU football, right?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's delayed or
Yes.
deferred, however you want to look at it, but we're excited to get going with our sports here soon. Within the next week or so, our bowling team and our golf team has already had a competition. So we're gradually moving towards some activity over in Panther Stadium.
Yes. Well, we're live in Panther Stadium here in the athletic director's suite. So we're borrowing your space just for today.
Oh,
So well, actually all week we've been here. So we'll be sure to keep it clean and make it
well,
look nice. Yes.
mi
So
casa, su casa. My
thank
place
you.
is your place.
Gracias. Okay, now that's as far as my Spanish goes. So yeah, that's all right there. But nonetheless, so great to talk with you. You're here on the Hill with us to continue driving our athletic program to the forefront. And I understand you bring more than 2 decades of work in athletics with you to us here on the Hill. For those that don't know, give us a little bit of your background.
Okay. First, I want to start by saying thank you for having me on, and I wish we were having a real time face to face activity with regard to homecoming, but that's again deferred. I'm a Texan. I was born in Abilene, Texas, but raised in Port Arthur, so right down the road from here, and spent a lot of time in Houston. My mother is a Houstonian. She was raised in Houston, Wheatley High School grad. My father is West Texan. He grew up in Brownwood, Texas, which is in the Central Texas area. So very familiar with this footprint. My grandmother attended Prairie View A&M University in the 1930s. So I've known quite a bit about the university growing up, and always I was very excited and supportive of HBCUs because I was the son of those that went to HBCUs. I've been involved with athletics since I was a young child. Both my parents were teachers and coaches, so I had an opportunity to be around sports quite a bit. I went to the University of North Texas, and from there I embarked upon a career in athletics in the academic area. So I started as a coordinator of academic development services at New Mexico State. I was at Arizona State. I've been at Iowa State, and now most recently at the University of Buffalo, and gradually moved into administration from a sport management and sports supervision standpoint. And as I started in that area of the enterprise, I began to think about being more well-rounded. I have a marketing degree, so I got an opportunity to do quite a few external relations activities as well as fundraising activities during my time at Buffalo. I was very blessed and honored to be able to interview and ultimately get the job here at Prairie View A&M University. President Simmons is an outstanding leader, and I really enjoy working and learning from her as well. Been here for, let's see, about 100 days now. And so I'm getting the lay of the land as far as the university is concerned. It's a lot different, as you well know, with the hybrid model that we're in, and we're not able to have on-site or on-campus sporting events, but we're getting close to that, as close as within the next month. Uh, our women's basketball program and our bowling program will have some activities on campus, especially basketball here coming soon. And you'll gradually see as we get into the early spring, i.e. January, and then into February, our fall sports will begin as well. So a lot coming forward. We're very excited. We're preparing in a safe manner to get our student athletes prepared not only academically, but athletically to perform at a very high level.
Indeed. And I understand that your top priority here in regards to the athletic department is not just the physical, but also the mental aspect of just the mindset of where everyone is going to be, like you said, not just now, but as we transition into having pretty much every, the football season and the games in the spring and some of the other sports. Why is that mental aspect so important to you?
I think it's the foundation of everything that we do. So being mentally and emotionally prepared for what your project or your goals are, it requires to have the foundation of which to learn those skills. It's a learned skill and a learned behavior from my standpoint. So we spend quite a bit of time talking with our students about preparing for your classes, how to go about doing that effectively and efficiently, as well as letting them understand that it's a process. And just like when you begin to plan to perform in your season, you have to begin with just basic physical conditioning. And then from physical conditioning, you start lifting weights. And then from that point, you start installing your in essence, athletic related activities specific to your sport. And then from there, you start in small groups, get in your full groups, and then you begin to scrimmage and practice with your full complement of players. And then from there, you begin to have competition. So we have attempted to do our best to simulate that. Although, again, our fall teams will be off schedule, if you will, participating in the spring. However, we have, in essence, reversed everything, meaning that we operated as if we were in spring with our fall sports in the spring and vice versa, to help them begin to prepare for their seasons, that most of which will start in mid to late January. So all of that has a mental part because it's not comfortable for us because we've never done it. And it's one of those things that we have to begin to understand that being prepared for certain change and being prepared to make adjustments is something that all of us will be able to do as we move forward, especially our student athletes. Once they transition into their professional lives, they'll have to make those adjustments sometimes suddenly, and then sometimes you can prepare for those, but being able to transition is very critical to the success of all of us as we move forward.
Yes, and on that same note of the emotional and wellness of the student athletes, just what kinds of conversations in your leadership role have you had with the coaches and some of the staff here?
We talk quite a bit about staying in close contact with our student athletes and making them feel comfortable with sharing their thoughts and feelings about what's going on. We do quite of what we're doing here, virtual meetings, Zoom calls. We talk about not only school and athletics, but we talk about their health and well-being, how if they're away from their family unit, we talk about that as well, how they're doing, how is their family doing, make it an opportunity for them to talk about their experience, because it's definitely different, especially if your expectations were to go what we consider to be a traditional college experience, and it's been very much so interrupted. And how do you do the best you can within that environment and the best we can to support our students in the environment? And part of it is having that communication ongoing and very frequent. So we spend quite a bit of time talking with them and encouraging them to talk with us about their concerns and their struggles and their anxiety and frustration about having to operate in this environment currently.
And I do know that there was, an outbreak here in the athletic facility. And how are you all adjusting, through that? Is there a date that's set for you all to maybe come back and start, with regular operations?
Yes. Actually, today was the conclusion of our 2 week stoppage, if you will, to regroup and make sure that those that are being cared for being cared for at a very high level, and that we all return safe. And today is the day that we're returning. We have testing protocols in place for our student athletes to return safely and continue to be monitored all throughout their time, as far as preparation for competition as well as competition. So we want to make sure that our facilities are sanitized and made to the best of our ability safe for all of us involved, such as our visitors, such as yourself and your crew, and our staff, and then our patrons once they're able to return to campus here in the spring.
And that leads me to my next question. With football returning, just all of the other sports returning, what is the protocol, or what are the stands? What is that going to look like? I mean, are you all only selling a certain number of tickets? How are we going to manage that?
Well, currently we are allowed, if we were to start tomorrow, for example, 25% capacity, and this comes from Texas A&M system, and then that comes from the governor's office, of course, for large gatherings, especially sporting events, anywhere from 25 to 50%, depending on when we will start, more than likely where we will land. And so we're preparing for 25% currently, but we could go up to 50 or 75 if we're allowed to do so by the time that we get to our first football game, which is, I want to say, the first week of March. It will be the winter version of the spring classic between Texas Southern and ourselves. Mm-hmm. So we're going to make it as festive and as exciting as possible. But I'm hopeful that we'll be in the 50 to 75% range by that time. But currently, the occupancy is 25% based on what's been established by the state. So we will be social distancing, making sure that our suites as well as our seating inside the stadium will maintain this appropriate social distancing, as well as any other sanitation and activities that we will need to do in order to maintain the safety of our fans, our band, and all of those parties that will be joining us, as well as our student athletes and our visitors.
Yes. And so the same thing with basketball, inside of the Baby Dome, 25% capacity for that as well, I guess, right? I guess that's kind of across the board, right?
Yes, whatever that number will be. Mm-hmm. We're preparing for minimally 25%. However, we would be able to adjust. We have plans for 25, 50, as well as 75. So we'll be nimble enough to make those adjustments as long as we have the window of time to do so.
And about how many people, I know we say 25% or 75%, but I wonder, like, how many people, like bodies, if you will, would that be, in the facility?
Let's use football as an example. Our seating capacity currently is right at 15,000 or so. So my math isn't so good, but 25% of what 15,000 would be. I know 50% is 7,500. So another 25 off there would be anywhere in, say, 4,000 to 5,500, somewhere in that range. But again, sitting right here on Halloween, October 31st, it'll be hard to predict what it'll look like in March. And we're very hopeful, and I'm hopeful that we will have a lot more capacity at that time. But if we were to start today, that's where we would be.
All right, those numbers sound great to me. I'm not good at math either, and I'm sorry. I know you probably weren't prepared for a math quiz this afternoon.
No, that's quite all right. I'm sure my math teacher in Port Arthur is proud of me. I at least I know half of 15.
Right. Yeah. Simple basics, right? Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. And I asked that question because our fans want to know, how is
without
that?
question.
Yeah, how is that going to look? And another reason I asked this because with the NFL, right, watching the games, and they've started to allow people to attend the games, and that's been a question of mine. Like, how are they going to, attend the game? How are you going to manage in the stands of 6 feet apart? I guess there's so many seats in between each other. But I also know in the NFL what they've done is that they are only selling a certain amount of tickets, like for. If you're a family, like you can only get maybe 2 or something, like you can't buy as many. So they're even trying to control it in that way also.
Yes. And we will do the same. We'll begin, of course, with our season ticket holders and suite holders because they've already pre-purchased their tickets. So we'll work through that list and then begin to expand from there. And it's customary in sports in general to do that. Those that have committed already before this transition, we want to make sure that we accommodate them to the best of our ability.
Yes. And I see where you've said before that building a vibrant, engaged, and philanthropic community is essential to growing and sustaining a strong athletic program. Why is that important to you?
It is important to me because it allows us to reach out to all of those fans as well as alumni and folks that have come before us that set the foundation of which you're standing upon. So we want to make sure that we steward them and let them know that we appreciate their support and will continue to need their support in order to elevate the trajectory that we have currently, which is we're going in the right direction. And we also want to sustain that trajectory in order to achieve excellence in academics as well as in our athletics pursuits, and also prepare our students to transition and be prepared for a global and dynamic society. So all of those things take resources and take support, just folks coming out and sharing their thoughts and participating in our events, and of course, giving and supporting us from a financial standpoint. All of those contribute to the success of our student athletes, as well as the success of others on our campus, as well as our university as a whole.
Just to elaborate on that from the alumni perspective, I know that you have spoken to some of our alumni virtually in a couple of months, or maybe last month, I believe. And the feedback that you have gotten from the alumni side, what are your thoughts on that, on some of the conversations they've had with you?
Oh, extremely positive, excited, wanting us to have a success and representing the university in the appropriate way, and making sure that we uphold the tradition that Prairie View A&M University has always had as being an outstanding academic institution, and also an institution that competes and is involved with high passion and high perseverance and resiliency. And because athletics in general is such a front-facing operation, we want to make sure that we carry that message forward and steward it in the appropriate way, such that you and your fellow alum will be extremely proud of what we're doing, in doing so, making us feel like we're contributing and building upon a legacy that you all have left.
And I know we've got people kind of chiming in. I'm not sure if we're able to take any questions. Are we able to take any questions from the audience, our virtual audience? They've been very vocal all week. We really appreciate that. So If you do have a question for our new athletic director, Dr. Donald Reed, feel free to chime in and send those in, and we'll try to get those questions answered for you. So going forward, Dr. Reed, you got here. You did have to go through I guess in the military we call it a turnover, or transition from our esteemed Hall of Fame and alumna Alicia Pete. She held in the interim position before you came. What was it like getting here, meeting her, and kind of learning the ropes?
Oh, it was great, and it continues. It's an ongoing relationship with regard to learning and growing. She's been very, very helpful as far as all aspects of the operation. I did not know that she was a superstar athlete until I saw her photos everywhere and started looking at the record books. And I said, man, I'm in the presence of greatness right now. Not only as an administrator, outstanding administrator, but a gifted and talented athlete and student, and a great role model for our student athletes. To see someone that came to the university, maximize their potential and maximize the university experience to propel her to the highest level of her profession. So a great role model for all of our student athletes.
Yes, she is one of our Hall of Fame athletes there from the volleyball team back in the day. So big shout out to alumna Alicia Pete. Thank you for your outstanding leadership in the athletic department. So going forward in our conversation, Dr. Reed, what is the nature of the SWAC? What type of conversations have you been having with them? Of course, another alum who's at the helm there, Charles McClelland, our SWAC commissioner. What have your conversations been like with him?
Great conversations. We've been talking about quite a few things with the SWAC since I'm new to the conference. A lot of onboarding with regard to conference policies and the like, and then of course the addition of Bethune-Cookman University and Florida A&M University. There's also a learning curve for all of us incorporating two additional institutions, and the impact on scheduling, travel, and all of those things are coming into play. So we've talked quite a bit, as you would expect, about testing protocols, how we will handle positive tests on the road or in our facilities at home. All of those different details and nuances have been discussed, and they're ongoing, because what you're finding in athletics is an extremely fluid situation. There are football games going on. The number one football team in the country, Clemson, is playing today without their starting quarterback, which is allegedly or projected to be the number one overall pick. And it has a definite impact on the college football in general. So we're very thoughtful and front of mind from a health perspective, mental and physical health perspective, and as well as the experience in athletics in regards to the coronavirus and how it's impacting how we operate at all levels. So the conference and all of the member institutions are talking about that on a daily basis. And minimally every week we have some type of correspondence or information about the testing protocols and the return to play and the return to activity. So it's ongoing, and the commissioner and the commissioner's office have been very supportive in helping me with onboarding and transitioning into the role.
And what do you think about just the nature of athletes taking the stand and being very vocal in this whole Black Lives Matter movement?
I think it's very important. And I applaud our student athletes and our students in general for doing so. That shows a level of maturity and a level of understanding of the importance of social justice, and understanding that we all have a fiduciary responsibility to continue to move forward, just as our forefathers and mothers did for us, in order for us to vote and to express our opinion, and demand to be heard. I think all those things are critical. I tell people all the time, the reason why I vote is not only to exercise my right and express my opinion, but I do it in honor of my grandparents and great grandparents that couldn't vote. So I think about them, and I owe it to them to do that, because they sacrificed so much for me to have that opportunity. So I want to make sure that we continue to pay that forward, if you will. And I applaud the NTAA for having a moratorium on this coming Tuesday. There's no athletic related activities to happen on election day. So we will pause again this coming Tuesday. So our student athletes, if they haven't voted, which we're having voter conversations, we've been having those for the last 2 or 3 months, to keep reminding them to go and vote. And we're going to make sure that those that need to get to polling places and those kinds of things, just like the university is doing, we want to make sure that they exercise their duty and their right to vote.
Well, thank you so much for doing that and encouraging our student athletes to be able to be vocal and feel free and and feel like their voice does matter. So I really appreciate you taking a stand on that.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, we have some patches that just arrived yesterday that will illustrate, our social justice stance, and that we are a part of the movement. So they came to my box, and it's a pretty large. My inbox, it didn't fit in my inbox. It ended up on my desk. So we'll have patches for our uniforms of which to wear moving forward.
For every sport that they'll have the patch, or just for football?
Yes. I think I have enough for several teams.
Let's hope
the box look like. So,
yes.
But yes, it'll be displayed on our uniforms, or our warm-up uniforms during the season.
Oh, that's going to look really nice. So does it just say Black Lives Matter, or what does the patch say?
Oh, yeah. That's a trick question. I'm not going to speak out of turn. Okay. I tell you what, when you go to our website, pvpanthers.com, here in the next week, you'll be able to see the image.
Okay, because I know everybody's going to wonder. But I'm just excited because I've noticed, the NBA and the NFL, and the NBA for sure. I'm not quite sure about the NFL, but they've been very, not just vocal, verbally, but with their uniforms. So, and even in the warm-ups and everything. So I can't wait to see us, step out and display our voice like that. So that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're very excited and very proud to do so.
Yes, sir. Now, all of the sports and all of the athletes, everything they're, everyone's trying to, maintain, some mental, normalcy, if you will. Have you gotten any, whether it's a coach or a staff or faculty member that has expressed some, I guess you could say, concern about being able to move forward in this pandemic?
Yes. And all of those different levels, whether it's a coach, faculty member, staff member, or student athlete. Every day we talk about COVID-19 or the impact of COVID-19 on our operations. And what we do is to allow that to come to the surface and then address it in some capacity, whether it's just to unpack that information, to get a sense of what the concerns are, and then begin to address those concerns, as efficiently and as effectively as we can. We start, of course, with our student athlete experience. We want to make sure that our students feel as safe and as comfortable as we can have them feel under these circumstances. One of those things that we talk quite a bit is there are some instances that are out of our locus of control. However, it's good to talk about it because as we move forward, we can potentially address it, especially around just environmental things. Health and safety are first and foremost. We want to make sure that our student athletes are healthy and safe. And if they do feel unsafe or they feel like they're feeling having medical issues, I want to make sure that we know that. One of the ways that we do that is every time a student athlete comes into our facility, they have to go through a attestation as well as a temperature check. So they will fill out an attestation form. It's a digital form, electronic. They can do it on their phones and attest to their signs and symptoms. And then they sign off on it, and then they can enter the building. Once they enter the building, then they're temperature checked, and then they receive a wristband. And then they can move about our facility. Once they leave, say they go to class and then they come back, they have to attest again that they're okay, and then they go through. They won't receive another band, but they'll have to fill out the attestation again to go through and get a temperature check before they re-enter the building. So we want to protect ourselves as best as we can. Even with visitors, the visitors have to go through attestation and then receive a wristband before they move around any of our venues, whether they're in the athletics building or any stadium and any other venue. So we want to be vigilant as well as make sure that everyone is safe to the best of our ability.
Well, it sounds like you've got everything under control pretty much, and at least you've got things in place to ensure that there is a safe environment for our student athletes and our coaching staff. So we really appreciate that. I was hoping we could take a couple of questions, but we're not going to be able to do that, but that's okay. Yes, but if you had anything that you'd like to say to our alumni, to our entire Panther family, what would be one thing that you would like them to know?
I want you to know that we're here to make sure that we uphold the reputation from an academic standpoint as well as an athletic standpoint, and then be great citizens in our community. We want to make sure that our Panthers that graduate are prepared for their next steps in their lives, and also understand the importance of giving back and supporting the university and all of their endeavors. And that's one of the things that I want you to rest assured that those messages are being communicated. And we want to uphold the tradition as well as the reputation of the university as a top academic and a top athletics program. So I would love to be in front of you now personally, but I'm honored to be speaking with you today virtually. And I look forward to staying in touch, and I look forward to your support. However you're able to do so, we'd love to engage you in any shape or form such that we can build a relationship and help one another achieve all the goals that we have for our student athletes, our university, and our athletics program.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Reed, for that motivating message. I'm pretty sure everyone will take all of your words to heed and just look forward to a successful athletic program under your leadership and a successful athletic season. So thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate it. And go Panthers.
That's right. Go Panthers. Happy homecoming. All right. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us here this afternoon, day 6 of the PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. Once again, we are live here inside of Panther Stadium. There's no game, but we've got a lot of energy going on here in our virtual suite here inside of the athletic director's suite. He's let us borrow all this week. So shout out to my team once again, Laura Burke, who's a student here at Prairie View, and our amazing professor, Teresa. I keep saying, I'm gonna get there, Teresa Dalves. She's in it amazing. So look at all of the energy. We've got the pom-poms. I've got my shirt. I've got the bling bling going. I got bad hands though. I can't catch. But we've got more. We've got this. How do you use it? It's our. No, that's not how you do it. This is how you do it, right?
You play my triangle?
Yes, we got a triangle. So as we go forward today, we say something that is motivating, inspiring, we've got the Panther energy going on. So we'll hit this triangle and we want everybody to keep your energy going out there. If you got a pom-pom, go ahead, put it in the air. Lots of fun here inside of our virtual setup of the PVAMU homecoming virtual experience. And we also want our alumni to know about our amazing 5-year class reunion program sponsored by the Office of Alumni Affairs here on campus. So log on to pvamu.edu/alumni to find out how you can become an ambassador of our 5-year class reunion program. Right now we're celebrating those classes that end in a number 1 or number 6. So please log on to pvamu.edu/alumni and find out how you can become an ambassador for your class. We've also got our outstanding class notes section on the Alumni Affairs website as well. Our Class Note is a program where we want to celebrate you, our alumni. We want to celebrate your achievements in life, in your profession. You've got an anniversary, you've got a promotion, a new career. Send us an alumni class note there at pvamu.edu/alumni. Once again, we're going to take a short commercial break and I'll be back to talk with our men's head football coach, Coach Dooley. Back in a moment. All right, we are back. Day 6, our final day of our PVAMU virtual homecoming experience. But before, y'all know how we do, before we bring on Coach Julie, we got to bring in the virtual homecoming band here in the studio. All right, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we hope you all are having as much fun as we are here in our studio on the hill inside of the stadium. Just a lot of fun we've been having all week. Let's go ahead and get into our conversation with none other than our men's football coach, Coach Dooley. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. You guys have a lot of energy. I love it.
Yes. It's homecoming, but hey, we're in our mind, we're on the field, we're cheering our Panthers on. So we don't want to, take anything away from that. We want to make sure that, to let you all know that we're still rooting for you all, and we can't wait to see you all in the spring football.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
We're excited. Just listen to the band play, listen to seeing you guys' energy, how you guys are moving around. It brings a lot of excitement, and we actually can't wait.
Awesome. Well, now there's a new term as far as spring ball. I mean, I know there's spring ball and there's fall season, but now you've got it all in one. You're going to have it all in one season. So what are your thoughts on that, having to have the team ready to play in the spring?
Well, it's all about making adjustments, and we understand, we go through our daily chores as, you're going to have certain change, and you got to be able to adjust to it. And we understand that we're not the only one that's going through this here, so everyone across the country is going through it. But, our thoughts and prayers are out with everyone as well. But we're going to make the adjustments. I think our young men have been doing a great job with not just the football side of it, but we're talking about the academic side of it, because that is challenging as well. So we're just making sure the young men are doing things and trying to keep things as close to a sense of normalcy as we possibly can.
Right. And how are you all, training, if you are training? I know you are, you have to be, right? But what is training like now for you all? Having to be ready, you would have been training anyway, but now it's just a different way of doing that. So how are you able to still maintain the preparation for the season?
I thought our strength and conditioning coach did a good job of dividing up the team and forming pods to where those guys can still go out and work out, because we can't have a large group what we're accustomed to having. So our strength and conditioning coach did a great job by getting some pods, having 10 to 15 guys at the most, and getting those guys ready to go. And I think it's been a challenge, but been successful thus far.
Awesome. And when you say in pods, do you mean training in small groups? Is that what you're referencing?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. And as far as the athletes themselves, what are their minds like? What have they been expressing to you?
It's challenging for those young men as well. You're talking about we had the opportunity to go out for spring ball, as we call it now differently, but we had the opportunity to go out for spring ball, and we had 7 practices. But and we broke for spring break, and we just think we're coming back to complete our spring training. But things change, and those young men had to go home and be somewhere they haven't been in a while, because when you think of football, it's year round. So those young men had to go home and make adjustments and help out their families, help out their loved ones, and it was a tough situation. But I commend the young men, because not saying that everything has been perfect, but they pulled through. They did the things that they can control, and I thought they did a great job, especially academically. Going through the summer, had to go through virtually, just all virtually. I thought the young men did a good job, and we're just going to continue to move in that direction. Just continue to encourage those guys, because I always go back to my biblical background. The Lord didn't bring us this far to leave us. So we very, very encouraged.
And that's one thing I can say, that in my time of talking with you, even from when I was at the radio station, that you're a very, very God-fearing man, as we say. And I really can appreciate that you bring that into your coaching leadership style. So how did the athletes relate to that? Like when you first got here, was that something, do you share that biblical, instruction with them?
Absolutely, because that's who I am, and what's in you, that's what's going to come out of me. And those young men have those background as well. We had the opportunity when we first come to fall camp, we have the opportunity to visit 4 churches. And the reason why we go to 4 different churches as a team, because, everyone don't come from the same background. So guys have different likes. So we visit different churches. My thing is, I just want them to be able to fellowship somewhere where they can understand and continue that foundation. And then we had a guy that was a chaplain with us as well, that traveled with us. So we had chapel service on right before a game. We have Bible study on Wednesday, and we also have the coaches Bible study on Thursday. So we're going to continue to do that, because that's what gave me the opportunity to be here, and I'm not going to turn away from it.
Wow, I think that's very impressive. I didn't know that. I knew you probably implemented some of the biblical study, but not as detailed as you do. So thanks for sharing that with us. I know a lot of parents really appreciate that as well.
Yes, absolutely. And it's a choice. It's a choice for everyone. So it's not forced on guys, but I think the young men do a great job. And a lot of them come from backgrounds where their parents, brought them to church as well. So they understand what we're trying to do. We have those principles that we go by. Our very first principles are the spiritual side of it. Once we connect with the spiritual side, and then what is important as well, the academic side. The last thing that we think about is the athletic side. I mean, God gave us the talent and the ability to do that, so that comes third. So as long as we follow those principles, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, indeed. And give us a little bit of information about your background, and what were your high school days like, and what led you to Prairie View?
Well, I'll say this here. What led me to Prairie View, my steps was on. So there's no question about that why I'm here. But I was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana. Had the opportunity to graduate from Alumni Senior High School, and from there I went on to play college football at Grambling State University, and just was chasing a lot of football in my life, and had the opportunity to go across seas and play football in China. Had the opportunity to play in Canada, as well as had the opportunity to play arena football, and that gave me the opportunity to finish my studies. But then, injury set upon me, and as I got injured, I knew that football was a big part of what I came from. And my parents also made sure that I was educated as well. But it just felt like something I lost when I got hurt, and I couldn't play any longer. And that came to me then as a thought. God said, if you can't make it to the NFL, help someone else. And that's where my drive came from. So I was fortunate enough to coach high school football in New Orleans for 8 years, and move on to Southern University. Coach Richardson gave me a great opportunity, and coached there for 14 years. Had the opportunity to move from there and go to the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. Coached there for 3 years, and then had the opportunity to go back to Grambling and coach for 4 years. And from there, that gave me the opportunity to come here, and I feel extremely blessed and know that this is a great opportunity.
Awesome. And What about, you being here and coaching, obviously, all of these young men? Things are very different out in the world, a lot of challenges for our young men these days. Do you have any real conversations about, being what it means to be a black man out in the community today? Do you have those kind of conversations with your athletes?
Those conversations didn't just come up. We instilled that when we first got here. That's what we were. We wanted to educate the young men on everything. We didn't want to take it lightly that they knew everything. So we came from ground up and just continued to, I guess, and for lack of better words, just be real with those young men. Let them understand who we are and where we came from. We haven't always been in this position. There's some things we had challenges that we had to overcome, and we did by the grace of God. So we do have the challenges and talk to those young men, and that's a daily thing that we have to do because of the world that we live in today. So the biggest thing that we tell them, continue your academics to make yourself more marketable, and that's the best thing that you can ever do.
Right. And you know how in the NFL with the policy of, kneeling during the national anthem, that whole, Colin Kaepernick situation, I haven't seen it, but, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. But I've wondered, is there a policy from the SWAC or the NCAA on, athletes and the national anthem and kneeling or not kneeling?
No, they haven't come up with anything, but I'm sure if someone did, something would come up. But, I think it goes to the individual and understand the purpose and why you're doing it. It's not going against the national anthem or anything. It's what you're standing for. It's the purpose. And now I guess after 4 years, everyone see the reason why Kaepernick was doing what he was doing. But, always understand the message and not try to think that someone is doing something against what we all believe in.
Right. And, in regards to Colin Kaepernick, what confused me was that, he was the first one that, took the stand, if you will, to kneel, right? And we see what happened with him. But the crazy thing for me is to see how there were several players that, kneeled after him, but there was no, repercussion for them. So, I mean, did you notice that, or am I the only one that noticed that?
No, you're not the only one that's noticed that.
Okay.
It's always that first guy that does something. But, I still tell everyone, know your purpose and know why you're doing it. Don't just do it because someone else is doing it. You got to know why you're doing it. If you know why you're doing it and you believe in what you're doing, then you have a purpose.
Exactly. Well, let's bring in two of your star athletes. I understand we have Deshaun Jones and Story Jackson joining us today. Hello, guys.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm proud of these young men. The reason why I picked it, and I could have picked a lot of others, but I picked these two young men because they're seniors, but they're graduating seniors. They're getting ready to graduate and going to have the opportunity to play another year being in grad school. And, these young men take academics serious. When you talk about Story Jackson, he had been on the honor roll since he's been here. He understands what it means to be educated. And so does Dejon. Both of them come from different backgrounds, but they have the same purpose. And that's why I chose these two young men, because I think they represent the university well.
Awesome. Well, let's get to know a little bit more about these two amazing student athletes. Deshaun Jones, tell us a little bit about you, where you're from, and what brought you to Prairie View.
Got to unmute yourself.
That's okay. It happens. It's been happening. It happens. It's part of this nature that we're in. So, but yes, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what brought you to Prairie View.
Hey, you want to go first? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. My name is Story Jackson. I'm a senior linebacker here at Prairie View. I wear number 6. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. This will be my second season at Prairie View. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to get going here in the spring.
Wow. So all the way from Kansas. How did you find out about Prairie View? Did you find Prairie View, or did Coach Dooley find you?
Prairie View found me. I was a student at Hutchinson Community College out there in Western Kansas, and I got recruited from Prairie View in other schools, but I picked Prairie View. I feel like it was the best fit for me, and I liked the coaches and what they had going on, and now we're here.
Awesome. And what are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in business management.
And what are your future goals in that area?
Well, in that area, I would have to find some type of job. Well, my first goal is obviously to make it to the NFL.
Okay.
Fulfill my dream of playing in the league.
Awesome.
But I've also, like Dooley said, I'm a pretty good scholar. And for business management, I would just have to find something because, that's pretty wide. You can find something in business, but I'm making sure I'm staying on it. Always have a backup plan.
Yes, who knows? You may become, a general manager or, an owner or something of the team. Yes. Awesome. And you've been here for 4 years and are you in graduate school now or you'll be in graduate school?
I've been here for 2 years, going on 3 because I'm a transfer.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And then next semester I will be graduating. So I'll be going into grad school.
And what are you looking to study in grad school?
I gotta conversate with my advisor, but probably going along the business path, keeping it around there.
Sounds good. And you're transferring here. What was your time? What has your time been like on the Hill since you've been here?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, I used to pray for days like these back in Hutch just to find a spot that I can fit in, and get along with all my coaches and my teammates. I mean, I've met a lot of good people here on the Hill, and I'm just excited because we're in a little break right now with this COVID. I'm just excited to keep moving forward and get this ring.
I heard that. Get this ring. You hear that, Coach? Get this ring. Okay.
Coach know what it is. Yes, sir.
Okay. He's serious about that too. I guess all of you are. We are too. All right. Let's hear from our next student athlete. And
hello. Can y'all hear me?
Dejon Jones. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
How y'all doing? I'm Dejon Jones again. I go by 50 a lot by my teammates, some of the coaches. I'm from Garland, Texas, suburb of Dallas, Texas. We just this COVID it's been a crazy ride. Although it's a lot of things has been going on and we haven't been together as a team, I feel like this has been the greatest bonding that we've done. We're what I'm saying, Zoom meetings all the time. We're seeing our guys, seeing our brothers all the time. So that's a big thing. Communication. We want to win, so that's a big thing that we've been on. I'm also a kinesiology major. In grad school, I'll be going into nutrition.
Sounds good. And I'm from Fort Worth, so know a lot about Garland, the DFW area. So
Okay.
yes. And what actually brought you to Prairie View?
A great opportunity when no other Division I schools would offer me. Prairie View A&M was the school that took a chance on me.
And had you heard of Prairie View before? I'm pretty sure you did, being from
Yes,
Dallas,
ma'am.
Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew that you were coming to a very special place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, what are some of your future goals after you graduate? I mean, I know you're going to graduate school, but just after you leave the Hill, what are your desires in life?
My first desire is to take care of my daughter, my little princess Diana. After that, well, my future after football, if the league doesn't work out, I pray to God it does. But if the league is not what's in my future, I'll probably go into firefighting school. That's the first thing that comes into my mind at the moment.
Sounds good. Well, let's see, with everything going on in the world, Black Lives Matter, a lot of the professional sports are being very vocal and out front with their own opinions and thoughts on this whole Black Lives Matter movement. What are some of your thoughts on just how things are going in the world right now?
My thoughts on that is that I just okay.
I got you,
I'm
Phil.
sorry.
Hey.
Let me think about that.
It's a
I
tough
gotta
subject.
think about it.
Yeah.
It's a tough subject. You look at the news, you see the country, you see how it's so divided. I mean, you got teams playing, and then you got teams that aren't even working out. So it's just hard with everything going on to just try to stay focused and stay right with the Lord. That's the main thing.
Yes, and you hit the nail on the head with that. Dejan, did your thought come back to you yet?
My thoughts on it is the best thing to do is not let it be your fault, as Coach Dooley always say. Just try to keep your head low. Try to stay out of everybody else's business. Mind your business, and you'll be blessed.
And that was going to be my next question to the each of you. What is it like being coached by Coach Dooley? What is something that you admire about him the most?
You want to go first, Story?
Yeah, take your time with that one too.
I'll go first. Coach Dooley, he does a great job with just relating the problems we have on the field, on the football field, relating them to the real world. Bible stories. I mean, just like really the second father here at Prairie View. I'm down here by myself, all the way from Kansas. So, I look up to Coach Dooley. We have a lot in common, and he does a great job with teaching us valuable lessons.
All right, and Dejan, what do you think about Coach Dooley?
I think Coach Dooley is. I think he's a great man. The first thing I want to start off is his relationship with God is always. It always made me feel comfortable in going to him to talk about anything because I can relate to him. Grew up in the church, so I feel comfortable being able to relate to him on that end, as well as Coach Dooley is probably. It's not a problem. Coach Dooley is the smartest guy on the football field I know. So it's always a blessing being able to talk to him about football as well. So those two things are like very valuable in my life, and as well as Coach Dooley only having daughters, so I can speak to that and attest to that as well.
Yes, you could. Yes, get some fatherly advice, not just for yourself, but also in you being a father as well. So, yes, I can see definitely how you all can have some great conversations there. Don't you also think, and this is my humble opinion, but isn't he one of the best dressed coaches? I mean, okay, my producer's like snapping back there because the bow ties. He's always bow tied up. I'm like,
That's the first thing I recognized on my visit.
okay.
I had to take a picture with Coach. He was looking clean. Yeah, Coach always does have the outfits on though. That's why I told him, hey, prime time coming to the swag, gonna have some competition with Coach Dooley.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Go ahead. Yeah.
I've never seen Coach Dooley sweat. Whole suit, it does not matter. Coach Dooley has not sweat. I have not seen it.
He's just cool and just like all the time. But I can imagine. I know in your mind, Coach, you're probably like sometimes when the score is close, of course, and we're right there, and but you always stay very cool, calm and collected. So not only have I noticed that, but obviously your players they notice that and admire that about you too. So, but where do you get your fashion style from, Coach Dooley?
Well,
inquiring minds want to know.
You know what? I got to thank God that I have a wife, a lovely wife that understands, and then I have two daughters that won't let me go outside any kind of way. So I rest on them. But I do. I think you have to always dress because in my opinion, you're on an interview every day of your life. So you have to understand that, and that's what I try to harp up on these young men. But hearing those guys speak up on me, they never seen me shed a tear. I'm not gonna let them see it right here, but those were some words that you expect, but you just don't know. But that's the thing is, but my dressing just, I guess Eddie Robinson. When I played for Eddie Robinson, we could not get on the bus without having a jacket on.
Wow.
Whether we had a home game or not, and that got instilled in me as I never knew I was going to be a coach, but that's what the Lord has promised for me. So that just carried on with me.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's rubbing off on these young men here. You're making a great impression. Also wanted to know, what is it about just being an athlete and not just, this is for the students, of course, the athletes. What impact do you feel like you are going to be able to make, like once you get out into the real world, being under the guidance and leadership and the teachings, if you will, of Coach Dooley? Do you see yourself carrying on that message of positivity and being a strong Black man and having a good head on your shoulders? Do you see yourself carrying that message on after you leave Prairie View with those that you come into contact with, those other young men?
Yes, I definitely see it rubbing off on me. I mean, I've been playing this game for a while now. Hutchinson all the way to Prairie View. So, I mean, I've learned a lot, and it's definitely going to rub off on me. And, yeah.
All right. And Dejan, what about you?
I feel like it's already rubbed off on me. I feel like I became more of a man and a closer man to God as I've been under Coach Dooley. You know, most of the coaches that you run into, they'll use choice language. You know what I'm saying? Coach Dooley never been that type of guy. It's always, you know what I'm saying. He's a straightforward guy. He makes it plain, but you know what I'm saying. It's like he still has compassion. Like it's not you're not using none of that foul language. So I feel like I'm learning every day just I'm learning every day from him. Living example right there.
All right. Well, Coach Dooley, what are your thoughts on, you mentioned Deion Sanders. Well, you didn't mention this, the players mentioned, but yes, and we cannot leave this conversation without talking about Deion Sanders coming to the SWAC. They're at Jackson State. What are your thoughts on that, Coach?
My thoughts, I've been in this conference for 30 years. That's my thoughts. We ready to go. We have a team here and we're ready to go. We prepared. We don't back down from anyone. My team is prepared to go. I got a group of young men that's hungry. So we prepare for everything, and I think it's just going to make it more exciting.
Right, and those are my thoughts too. I said, if anything, I mean, he comes from, he did the Pop Warner football, and me being from the Dallas area, I know how he's his Truth organization, the whole thing. So I said that to myself too. I said, he'll bring some flash and dash, but those athletes, they still got to play. You know what I mean? No matter, regardless of how, it doesn't matter about the superstar status of the coach. It's like, well, what can you players do? Can you get them to play? You know what I mean? Can you get them on the field and get them to do what they need to do. So let's talk to the athletes. What did you all think about that when you heard Deion Sanders come to coach at Jackson State?
I'll start on this one. Yeah, I was excited. I was excited when he came because that's just more of a spotlight for the SWAC. So
that's right.
I mean, I hope his son comes too. That'd be great. But I mean, you can see the SWAC is just growing every day. So yeah. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to face prime time.
Cool. And what about you, Dejan? What do you think?
It just makes it all the more fun. It's a great organization, as in it's a great conference already. So just bringing primetime into it, bringing more cameras and everything into this organization, into the games. I feel like it's just gonna put that many more SWAC players and number 1, number 2 drafted. You know what I'm saying? It's just he's helping give us another opportunity to be seen by major organizations as well.
Right. Now, Coach, let's talk about those athletes that have moved on and that are in the NFL right now. You've got several players in the NFL, right?
Yeah, we got a couple of guys. Let me respond on that. Our guys understand we're going to seize the moment. It's an opportunity. That's the platform that we have. And everyone is going to talk a lot about Deion Sanders. It's nothing against Deion Sanders. Me and Deion Sanders just going to have war for 60 minutes. That's it. Right. 60 minutes over with. We're together. We're trying to create a brand in the Southwestern Athletic Conference because we play football here too, and we got some great young men that deserve opportunity to go on to the next level. So whatever it takes to get these guys that I coach to get them to be seen on that high level, I'm with it. It doesn't matter who they bring.
Right.
We're gonna play football, and it's for 60 minutes. So we're excited about it, and we wish them well, except that day they play us. Sure.
Well, thank you, Coach, for keeping it real. Okay, Deion, if you're out there listening, Mr. Sanders, no. But it's going to be a great. I mean, I can't the game, and it's just like like the athletes were saying, just for the SWAC. I mean, it's going to be awesome for all as far as bringing that just extra, to the SWAC. SWAC is already amazing, but bring some entertainment. We'll see. I can't wait to see. But Coach, we know you got him on the dressing, so we don't have to worry about that either. All right. But yes, as I was going into my next question, what was the question?
I can answer that question. We do have Quentin Bell, who's playing with the Tampa.
Oh yes, the athletes in the NFL. Yes.
Roster. We have Anthony Stubbs right now, who just not started playing with the spring league. So we have some guys, those guys right there, and I think we have some young men this year here. I'm really excited about that. Have an opportunity for that next level. But we've been fortunate and blessed these last 2 years for each year for those guys to go. We had Jalen Martin and Jordan Jones to get an opportunity to go to Green Bay Packers. Jordan had an injury that set him backwards, but he's rehabbing right now and looking for another opportunity. And I think before this year is over with, Jalen will sign with the team.
And one of them also just, I think they were at one of the trials for the Dallas Cowboys, right?
Yeah, it was actually Jalen Martin.
Yes. So what with Jalen, what is his actual status now? Is he still trying to get on a team, or is he on one yet? I know he was, like you said, he was a free agent. Didn't he come on as a free agent with Green Bay? That's how he entered, right?
Yes, but they have several teams that have worked him out right now, so we're just waiting on that call.
Okay.
Right now, it'll be real soon that he'll be in the camp somewhere. We're confident in that.
Yes. And Kadarrell Hodge, is he one of yours too, or was he?
He actually played the year. He graduated the year before I got here, but I got here. He had the opportunity to go to his pro day, and at his pro day, I treated him as if he was mine because he was a part of Prairie View, and I thought the young man did a great job and gave himself opportunity, and now it's standing. He's been in the league now for I guess 3 to 4 years and doing a great job.
Sounds good. It looks like we have a question from the audience. Let's see. Paulette Clay wants to know if there are any new recruits.
There are several new recruits. That recruiting is 365 days. There's no question. You're going to always have. But we have signed some guys that came on that had the opportunity to come on in the spring, and then we had some guys that came this fall. So we're very, very excited about those guys that's coming to be a Panther and looking forward to them. Don't want to get into the names, but we had the opportunity to sign 15 guys that's going to be a part of our team this year.
We were talking with the athletic director earlier, Dr. Reed, and he mentioned that there are some patches and things that the athletes are going to be wearing this year in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. What are your thoughts about that?
Say that again. It kind of faded a little.
Oh, okay. I was talking to the athletic director, Mr. Reed, of course, earlier, and he mentioned that this year, a lot of the athletes or the teams, if not every team here on campus, they're going to have a special patch in honor of the Black Lives Matter movement. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm excited to go that, and we have something that's going to be a little special as well. So you guys get a chance to see us do that as well. But I'm excited about that. I think that's always been the case, and we have a platform and we're going to use it. The reason why I kind of got a little distracted, I saw the young lady put on it as a message that her son wants to attend Prairie View. Like I say, recruiting is every year. So when I was reading, I was trying to listen to you and read that message, but I transferred, so that kind of caught my eyes.
Awesome. Yes, Fifi Washington, she says her son, Cameron Washington, is interested in playing for PVAMU's football team. He transferred from Texas Wesleyan University. Cameron started at guard. When will you start tryouts? Cameron he's injured right now, but he's still waiting on an answer. So
here's the thing. I'm always going to stay within compliance. I don't know. I have to make sure that he's in the transfer portal. If he's in the transfer portal, then we'll definitely have that conversation.
Awesome. Okay. And Fifi is one of our alums, so I'm pretty sure she'll be keeping.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they want to get her son and keep that Panther blood in the family. So, okay, Fifi, you heard Coach. Just kind of, keep everything in progress there with your son, and hopefully things will work out and he'll be able to join us here on the Hill. So back to our student athletes. Dejan, tell me, what is one of your most memorable moments of homecoming?
Of homecoming, memorable. Okay. I don't think it's not a good memorable homecoming. We got to really pay him back. It was the homecoming of Southern. That's my most memorable homecoming. We still owe him that. We still owe him something for that.
Yeah, got to get him back. I hear it. All right, and Story, what about you?
My favorite homecoming had to be last year when we won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's always a great homecoming when we win, right? Coach Dooley, same question. What are your most memorable moments?
I make all of them. Memorable. I tell you that because you got to cherish every moment that you get. It's not promised to you. So, like Story said, last year was as well, because it's a victory, it's a W, and that's what you always want. So, and we had the opportunity to send the seniors out with a W. So that was very, very memorable.
Now, I remember where there was one game where we were penalized. It has something to do with either the color of our uniforms or something like that. What was that whole story about?
I'm hoping that you can give me the answer because I still don't know the reason being. They say that they could not see the coloring, which is kind of tough to say. If you cannot see purple on top of a gray, I just don't know what would happen. So I mean, we understand that we're gonna play within the rules and do what we have to do. We don't fail, we just abide by it.
Now, did we have to like get rid of those uniforms and get some new ones, or do we still have those? I don't remember.
There's that word coming again. We just made an adjustment. We just changed the color of the numbers. We still have
right. Okay, right.
You gotta have a certain change always. You gotta have a certain change. So we had a certain change. We changed the uniform, and now we're within compliance.
Right. Well, let's see. Story. Oh, we have Mrs. Jackson. Story, your mother has just chimed in. Says, Story is my son. His father is proud of him and his coach. One love.
Yeah, got all the Jacksons on the live today. Yeah, they all on today.
All right. Well, we appreciate that. Hi, Jackson family. Thank you all for joining us at this PVAMU virtual homecoming. Well, Coach, it's been a pleasure speaking with you and the players. So nice to meet you guys, and good luck on the season, your future educational goals as well with grad school. And like you said, we know that Coach Dooley is one of the most outstanding men of Prairie View that we know, and he's a great leader and also a great mentor as well for you and the rest of the team. So Coach Dooley, thank you so much for your leadership, not just with these young men being athletes, but just as students and future producers of what Prairie View has to offer. So we really appreciate that.
Now you're an alum, so I want to tell you ahead of time. Get these young men phone number, get all the information, because they're going to be very, very successful when they leave here. So we got to make them come back and donate to us. Right now, I'm putting it out in the air. When these guys here make it big, I need them to come back and donate to us.
Yes. She took the words right out of my mouth. Gentlemen, what do you think about that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, so this is not our last conversation. I look to talk to you all some more. As Coach Dooley said, our alumni engagement is very huge and it's very important to us. So once you guys leave, don't go too far. Stay in touch with us here on the Hill. And yes, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's not to say that, if you make it to the NFL, fine. But if you don't, you can still, come back. We'll be, just as proud of you. And maybe you can donate and have a scholarship in your name one day. I mean, it's possible, so you never know.
Yeah. Headed to that league.
So he said, I'm going to that league, Coach. You know that?
Win, not if, win.
That's all it is.
Okay.
Right there.
Sounds good. Well, gentlemen, thanks so much again for spending this final day of our homecoming week with us. We couldn't do it without you. So I hope you enjoyed yourselves in our conversation. I know I did. And once again, happy homecoming.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and Panthers and Pantherland, it's been a wonderful day. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back with more from the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Week.
Hello, I'm Billy Davis, Director of Alumni Affairs here at our beloved Prairie View A&M University. On behalf of our president, Ruth J. Simmons, our students, faculty and staff, and the thousands of alumni around the world, I'd like to congratulate our great golden class of 1970, celebrating their 50th anniversary. There are so many great alumni from this class, notably our great Golden 13 from the Naval ROTC, which includes Dr. Ken Henson and Admiral David Brewer. This class also includes our great Olympic champion, gold and silver medalist, Mr. Fred Newhouse. We are so thankful for the legacy that they, as well as all of you, have made for us to follow. You are the trailblazers that many Panthers still rely on and stand on your shoulders today, and the reasons that so many of us chose Prairie View to make home. We hope that you'll enjoy this look back at some of the great moments during your time here at Prairie View, as well as the growth and progress that the university has made through the decades. We're so thankful again that you, the golden class of 1970, have the opportunity to celebrate this moment with us. Our alumni and students, thank you for all that you've done to serve and grow this great university.
As the academic year got underway, President Alvin I. Thomas welcomed you, the class of 1970, with a letter in the Panther newspaper reminding you that you've become a member of one of the finest student bodies in the nation. Your senior year was one that was planned for excellent academic and student development programming. With a number of bright young scholars joining the faculty that year, President Thomas was very pleased to have a number of Prairie View students return with graduate degrees and experience to teach at the college. Your senior year included athletic events in the Houston Astrodome, nationally renowned speakers appearing on campus, a fine cultural artist series, an entertaining popular artist series, an expanded athletic program for men and women, and many other educational experiences. As you embarked on your last year on campus, President Thomas wanted to let it be known that one thing was to be kept in mind. Of all the places you would journey to, you would never find one as grand as the famous Prairie View, better known as Pantherland. The soulful soundtrack of the time period included several legends in music history. It was in February of 1970 that Sly and the Family Stone's hit song, Thank You, reached the top of the Billboard Hot 100. Some of the best performers to come to campus included the Ike and Tina Turner Revue with the Ikettes and the Kings of Rhythm Orchestra. But it was Soul Brother number one, James Brown, who made a huge impact when he donated a $500 scholarship to students in music at Prairie View A&M College and Texas Southern University. And just as you all stood as activists for change during the years of Black awareness in the civil rights movement, it was also the years of national crisis and of fallen leaders who left great legacies. The Student Government Association sponsored a memorial service for civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on campus in the Health and Physical Education building, and perhaps one of the most memorable moments for student Leo Smith at that time was a thank you letter he received for a poem he wrote entitled King, King. Dear Mr. Smith, thank you for your letter of September 25th and for the poem King, King, which you enclosed. I commend you on your creativity. Your poem will be housed permanently with other tributes to my late husband. Please be assured that I am grateful for the esteem in which you held my husband and his dedication to the cause of peace and justice. Your thoughtful expression of support has given my children and me the strength and the courage to try to continue his work. I extend to you my best wishes for success in the completion of your college career and your future endeavors. Sincerely yours, Coretta Scott King, Mrs. Martin Luther King Jr. 50 years later, the Prairie View A&M students have continued the fight for justice in now what is called the Black Lives Matter movement, joining staff, faculty, and the city of Prairie View in painting Black Lives Matter on University Drive. Today, the students feel as though the ability to vote on campus that they attend is not a privilege but a right. And on February 16, 2020, dozens of students joined Prairie View A&M University's Panther Party 1876 in a march against voter suppression called The Hill Takes the Vote. And activist Jayla Allen, a 2019 PV graduate, continues on the path to fight voter suppression as lead litigant in the recent PVAMU voting rights case. And who could forget about the athletic prominence of Panther sports? 1970 proved to be a year of new beginnings for sports groups like the Panther Club, an organization for male athletes on campus. The club utilized the college's intramural program as a means of fostering high standards of sportsmanship and leadership among college students. Your senior year was also one that contributed to the winning tradition in Panther athletics, with the men's tennis and golf teams winning back-to-back SWAC titles, the football team receiving NCAA recognition during the football season's 100th year of play, athletes signing professional contracts on NFL teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Los Angeles Rams. The baseball team won the NAIA zone title. Women's track team got their start under the legendary Hall of Fame coach Barbara Jackett, who would go on to bring 10 NAIA championships and 14 SWAC titles to Prairie View and become the women's head track coach of the 1992 Olympic team. The Harlem Globetrotters brought basketball fun to the gym, and one of the most significant and celebrated figures of the 20th century, the greatest boxer of all time, Muhammad Ali, joined the Black Power movement with you on campus. Prairie View Hall of Fame track coach Hoover Wright guided the men's track team to win the 1970 SWAC championship. Under his coaching expertise, the men's program would continue a winning streak that would award 2 national indoor titles, 1 national outdoor title, 5 SWAC championships, the U.S. Track and Field Association national title, and the Astrodome Federation national title during Wright's 40 years of coaching at PV. And it was in 1972 when Coach Wright was selected as men's head coach for Team USA at the Olympic Games in Munich, Germany. Coach Wright also developed several world-class student athletes from Prairie View A&M, to include your classmate, PVAMU Distinguished Alumni Medal recipient, Olympian, and USA Track and Field Hall of Famer, Mr. Fred Newhouse.
I won a gold medal in the 4x4 relay, or as we call it here in America, the mile relay, and I won silver medal in the 400-meter dash.
Back. It's Newhouse, United States, right up on Jenkins now, and also going well right on the outside is Maxie Marks.
I can't explain to you what happened in 18 months that took me from not being able to win the district in my high school district to setting the national record in the NAIA. All I can tell you is that God still creates miracles, and I think I am a product of God's blessing.
Prairie View was the first HBCU to house both Army and Navy ROTC programs during the same time period, highlighting the military programs that are cornerstones of tradition and service to the university, the public, and our nation. And in 1970, Prairie View A&M saw its first commissioned group of students graduate, known as the Golden 13. One of the Navy officers from your class went on to become Vice Admiral David Brewer and is one of the 3 flag officers in the history of the PVAMU NROTC program. To pay homage to this historical group of NROTC members and other alumni from around the country, current PVAMU President Ruth Simmons sponsored an alumni reception held on June 15, 2019 at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. Over 300 alumni and friends were in attendance to revel in the history of the contributions of African Americans, acknowledge the trailblazing efforts of our alumni as a reminder of what the first NROTC class at Prairie View A&M had to overcome.
Prairie View, out of the crucible of segregation and discrimination, has also produced the most Black admirals other than the United States Naval Academy.
And we're back. We're winding down here on day 6 of the PVAMU Virtual Homecoming Week. And yes, congratulations. We just played our video as a recognition of the class of 1970. It is their 50th anniversary. So happy anniversary to the class of 1970. And thank you so much for your donation recently. You would be presenting that check in person, but we understand that your gift to the university of over $300,000 this year is a history maker. You're the first class to donate in that huge amount, but every donation is very important to us. So once again, we thank you, class of 1970, and happy 50th anniversary. All right, we're going to go ahead and go into a conversation with the visiting alumnus working directly for President Simmons, Dr. Gabriel Selassie. Hi, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Man, you guys are having too much of a good time.
We're trying. You've been over here back and forth, helping us with food and things like that to kind of keep us, being able to hold on to this energy that we've had all week. So thank you for helping us out on that. And just thank you for this opportunity. I mean,
yeah, no worries. It's quite funny. When I was given the charge to slap this virtual homecoming together, there were essentially 2 names that popped up like within 5 seconds. And that was your name and also Teresa's name, right? Professor Teresa Dalvest.
Oh, wow.
And it's one of those strange kind of things that I'm always usually suspicious of people when they tell me that they know a friend who kind of knows a friend who kind of knows a friend, right? That can hook it up.
Right.
So I just kind of went with it. And man, I'm so glad that I did, because you guys have made me able to get a good 8-hour sleep every night, because normally I'd be panicking.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Dr. Selassie. But let's talk a little before we get into our conversation just about everything that's going on now. For those that don't know, tell them about your position here at Prairie View. You're back on the Hill visiting alumnus. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and bring Professor Dalvest in right now. I believe we are. Yes, we are. Okay.
Yeah, where's the rest of the gang? I thought the rest of the gang would be here as well, because we need to make sure we give shout outs to all the people who made all of this work.
That's right. So Professor Dalvest is here.
There he is. Now I have to tell you, you can't be ringing that bell, that triangle when I'm speaking, man.
Absolutely going to do it. I've been doing it all week.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm quite up there in age, but that's like howdy doody territory or something. I don't know if you guys know what howdy doody is.
I'm good with it. I like howdy doody. I'm good with it. All right.
So I just will answer your question really quickly. My position is called visiting alumnus, and it's the first position here at Prairie View as such. And people are probably wondering, what the heck does that mean? And basically what it is that Dr. Simmons, President Simmons, fundamentally believes that one of the strengths of Prairie View is its people. For me, when I came here as an 18-year-old from California, I was thinking about transferring and had literally thought about it. I mean, I had been accepted to other universities, and I was on my way out, and Dr. Clarissa Booker saw me in the hallway, called me into her office. I didn't even know who this woman was. I just knew she was a professor because she was sitting behind a desk in a classroom building. And she worked on me and told me to come back the next day. I came back the next day. She worked on me some more. And within a couple of weeks, I decided, okay, I'll stay one more semester. And by the time I knew what was happening, I had pledged a fraternity, made so many friends. It's just one of those things where it was like, this is just the place I'm going to be. And I have lifelong friends. So it's the people, it's the family here, man. I mean, I can call people up right now and tell them I have a flat tire, and dudes from Chicago will drive down to change my tire. I mean, and that's the strength of people. So what my position here is to bring people onto campus, and this is going to be sort of a rotating kind of thing. There'll be someone who comes in after me, people who love the university, who want best for the university, who can contribute something positive to the university. She's trying to get these people here on campus to do the work that needs to be done. And that's why I'm here. I'm just the one who sent her thousands of emails telling her to change this, fix that, turn that over, pull that here. And she finally just said, stop talking and come here and do it. So that's essentially why I'm here.
Awesome. Well, yes, Professor Dalvest, let's just chit chat about everything that's happened this week. What are your thoughts?
Well, first she needs to answer the question that her hair color changes like every day. How do you pick your hair color for the day? What is it, a mood thing?
Yeah, it's just having fun with it. I think first of all, I found this product that was created by an African American woman here in Texas actually, and she just it's just phenomenal. And knowing that Black people want to change their hair color too, but can't always do all the bleaching and this and that. She just made it a chalk, and it's just awesome. So my students love it because every day they're just like, we're coming to class to see what color it's going to be. And when we were face to face, I would wear 2 different color shoes. My Converse were always somehow, just funky, fun, that sort of thing. And this is Lisa was referencing Coach Julie's outfit and how sharp he is. I think I've become that person on campus where every day my hair could be a different color and my,
Okay.
my outfit could be outlandish and just having fun. Yep.
Okay, right on. Right on.
Well, let's just talk about the week. And Dr. Selassie, from your end of things, what's the word on the street?
Well, I tell you, this has been really a really fascinating thing because if the audience doesn't know, we put this together. Well, let me rephrase that. You guys put this together in like 2 days. It couldn't have been, what was it? Just maybe a couple of days. And I was getting from Teresa production schedules and maps and all these kind of technical things. And I tell you, I was walking around the office showing people the stuff that you sent me, like, yeah, we got this covered. Professional stuff here. This isn't amateur hour. And people would look at the map and they were just kind of like, oh, wow, yeah.
Right, this is really going to happen.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, man, this is so professional. Oh, my God. But I tell you, I got there when we did the segment on juvenile justice. There were people in Los Angeles who was a former public defender, the head public defender, watched, sent me a text and said, amazing.
Awesome.
There was a mayor who watched the early program. When we did the segment on COVID, there was a person who formerly worked at the National Institute of Health who has both a PhD and MD from Howard, because I know their background because I looked them up, who watched the program. There were people from literally everywhere who were watching. There were young people who were trying to decide whether or not to come to Prairie View who watched. So my overall consensus, and I got an email message from President Simmons, because that's probably the person.
The ultimate. the ultimate, yeah.
And those 2 words were beautiful job.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, thank you.
So
Simmons, and thank you, Dr. Selassie.
If there's something other than that I need to know about how this went, maybe it's out there, but to me, that those 2 words, beautiful job, signify what you guys did. And I tell you, between Carme and LaShonda and John at KPVU and Marquise and Hassan and Candace and Laura, who was running the computers and looking at I was eating candy and making too much noise, right? and kind of looking at me, and why am I making noise and why is my phone going off when I was in the studio? You guys were absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The one thing I think if there's anything I'm excited about regarding this past week is how much I've learned about each of the colleges around our campus.
Yeah.
And I had a conversation with LaTanya Thurston, who's our director of sports information.
Yeah.
She said, going into the spring, we could put together a series of coaches shows. And we've been, Michael West and I've been talking about this for about a year, but I don't think it was a real opportunity in my head, like in a practical way, until this week. Now we have a TV network here on campus, but it's student run and it really kind of falls to the need of the students' schedules, right? If they're available at a certain time, then we're programming at a certain time. And what this week gave us was a real-time, realistic opportunity to strengthen our network and to invite all the pieces of the campus community to generate a show or content and be able to present it out to PV Nation. I think we're on to something, and I want to, again, thank you, Dr. Selassie, and certainly President Simmons, for giving me this opportunity as the Director of Film and Television Production on our campus to kind of put a little fire in my behind, and doing this kind of work, and see that we can do it for all of our programs on campus and, generate some round the clock content. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I think everybody who contributed to this work should be proud of is that this is the first time that something like this has happened at Prairie View. This was, I think, groundbreaking. And for a number of reasons. One of them is that, one, we just displayed what kind of talent we have here at the university. Between the students who came in to do some interviews, to the students that just showed up, to be interviewed, to the faculty, administrators, to you guys behind the scenes, KPBU, you guys demonstrated that you guys have the talent to do this. So that's off the table, right? So no one can challenge that. But I think what it also did is it showed that there's an untapped possibility here. Yeah. That Prairie View, what we need to do, because we are Prairie View, so I shouldn't say what Prairie View would do, because we are Prairie View. What we need to do is we need to up the ante. And these things that you're talking about with the television show, with the athletic, with the coaches hour and all of that, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's no reason why we can't have a legitimate run production company at Prairie View that produces everything from 30 for 30 to, shows before every football game or whatever is going on at Prairie View. I don't see why that can't be something that is automatically plugged into our DNA.
Well, it is now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is now. I mean, here we are. It is now. So, ladies and gentlemen of PV Nation who are watching, who are still with us here at the end of our day on Saturday, at the end of our virtual homecoming week, you've heard it here first. In fact, Dr. Selassie and I have had a conversation before we began this week that, there are a few sports stories in particular that we're excited about and we want to cultivate because, as he mentioned, 30 for 30, we both love that series from ESPN. We have some stories that would be amazing in that series. We have shows. We have research opportunities that can be made into short documentaries. We have content that can definitely play on any platform, but creating our own platform so that we are a viable option locally for our people here in PV, in Prairie View, the city, Waller County, Hempstead, this side of Harris County. We can really be an option as an affiliate, maybe a PBS affiliate. That's my dream, is for us to house a local PBS affiliate here on campus. And this is how we do that. This is how we show that we're fully capable and have the infrastructure to be able to pull that off. And it's going to be amazing. And I also want to thank John Hughes for continuing to champion that, because with our radio station being our local NPR affiliate, I mean, he's really showing us the way in getting there. So untapped resources indeed, Doc. Untapped.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, Lisa, in my mind here, I mean, I wanted to just sort of get what your thoughts about what you saw, because I think you were just as surprised as I was when we talked about having you host the show, because again, this was uncharted territory.
Yes, when you and Dr. Beverly Copeland mentioned that you'd like for me to host the show, immediately in my mind, I saw it. I was able to visualize it. So that's why it was just easy and natural for me to just jump in and say, okay. When I went back, to my office and looked at the calendar, I said, well, let's see how much time we have. But I, just like you, knew that with Professor Dalves pulled in, and I was like, okay, because I know her background. We met about two and a half years ago when I first got here at Prairie View. So I knew we were in good hands from a production standpoint. And I just said, okay, Lisa, jump in where you need to, be flexible, but be ready. I mean, for me, I'm used to being in these type of situations having been in the Marines for 17 years. So this was battle for me. So I just went in and just was like, this is battle. Let's get, no time.
You put that rucksack on and went to war, huh?
Yeah. So it was actually a natural situation for me, so, but thank you all again for even thinking about me doing this. And these are things that in my background and my knowledge and education in the mass communications department when I was a student, having been a narrator in the Marine Corps and a public affairs chief. And so my career after I leave Prairie View, this is good training for me. So I too am glad I got the opportunity to actually be on a set, a real set. Thank you again for Professor for giving me this experience. And I've been telling her all week, like, this is really good training for me. And I love telling stories. I love celebrating achievement. And it was a great experience for me. So I'm glad I got a chance to participate.
Yeah, it's kind of funny in the sense that when I came here in 1980, and right about that time or so, there was somewhat of a movement towards students who were trying to make a break into the music industry. And it didn't quite take off that quickly. It was sort of something that was slow. But by the time I came back, I did a couple of internships. And by the time I came back in the late 80s, around 88, there was some movement of a sense that Prairie View was becoming an incubator for talent. Terry Ellis and In Vogue, et cetera. And then we had Gangstar and quite Delano Miles, Ricky LaFontaine. Quite a number of people started to make that move towards being well known for talent. And I can't see why, from a film perspective, that Prairie View can't be an incubator for film and television production as well. I mean, if we're able to do this in music, right, and dance, right, we have the young man who was a choreographer for Beyonce and a number of people. Why can't we do this for film? We have all the ingredients here, so why can't we be a hub for Black film in America? I just don't see why we can't do that.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's where we go next. The conversations we have with many of our media makers here on campus, I think we have a collective who are like-minded in that respect. And it's just a matter of come Monday, because I won't be doing much of anything tomorrow, maybe watch a little football and sleeping, catching up on some reading. I just list 3 things right there. I'm like, I'm not doing anything tomorrow except but come Monday, it begins, and we can definitely do that. And I know I'm going to see you, Dr. Selassie, on Monday for a postmortem on this experience. I think we can definitely begin the conversation of putting PV out there in terms of the media piece, film and television piece. Absolutely.
So what was your favorite part of the week?
Ooh. So many, right? No,
I have to say, talking to Dr. Joanne Thomas Smith might have been my favorite, and it edges out a few of the conversations I had across the board, because what she described in terms of her story of how she arrived at the university, and what she felt when she realized what was here was exactly, I think that's why I got so choked up listening to her. She described what happened to her 50 years ago is exactly what happened to me when I arrived here on the Hill for the first time and had my interview in 2016. And I did not go to an HBCU from my college experience. And I think in the first month I was like, and so what was I thinking? Meanwhile, my sister went to Hampton, and growing up in Virginia, we'd have these arguments of, well, and I stepped on campus and I felt the energy of so many different pulls. And what Dr. Thomas Smith described was exactly how I felt, that I was immediately drawn to the people. I'm immediately drawn to the history. I'm immediately drawn to so many facets of this campus, and it grows you. You don't just grow it grows you. And I've felt that. And so I would say that might've been my favorite, because she held a mirror up to something that has become such an important part of my life now in such a short period of time. But talking to our faculty and our students and our administrators about the effects of the pandemic, which actually is, what puts us in the space in the here and now anyway, hearing them talk about how everyone's had to pivot and how they've managed, but also the positives that's come out of here. The thing that I love about our PV Nation is that everyone's looking towards solutions. We're not problem-oriented people. Clearly, we've seen that in this week. Everyone's working towards what's the best possible solution to keep this moving forward, to keep us moving forward, and then to cap it off, hearing it from the parents, and that they're with us. It isn't just the parents who attended Prairie View and sent their children here. These are brand new, fresh eyes, fresh ears, people who have sent their children here, and they had no other vested interest in this university other than their students coming here. But by being on the homecoming journey with us this week, that proved to us that they too are deeply invested in the university, just beyond being parents who sent them here. So I think this week has been family building, community building. And if I had to highlight one thing, sure, Thomas Smith, talking to her, but as a whole, we forged new relationships this week, and I'm so incredibly excited about that.
Yeah, I think what you're touching upon is interesting because I watched that segment here in the office, and I noticed that there was a lot of heartfelt exasperation of how COVID has changed so much the nature of their children's education, right? And there's no way to get around that. The students wanted to come to get the Prairie View experience, and they're not getting that because it's Prairie View experience technically is not an online experience. You come here because of the people, right? But the thing about it is, though, I think that in any circumstance, why I think people have such strong reactions to it is because Prairie View and other HBCUs are not just universities of brick and mortar. It's part of the Black DNA. You can look at the history of the rise of Black colleges in the 19th century, and that is the rise of the African American people. Right? Our quest and thirst to be educated in a world that offered us circumscribed opportunity and no security is what education does for people. Once you become educated, and particularly if you get a Black education, that sets you apart from the rest of the world. Because what you're doing when you come to an HBCU, you're trying to make a political statement, whether you realize it or not. You are, because there are other you can go to Sam Houston State. I mean, you can, right? But you decide to, or James Madison.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. But you've come to Prairie View and you decided to come to teach at Prairie View and stay here at Prairie View because you're making a political statement about who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's just basically it. And I can see the exasperation in those parents because this was a monumental change for them to send their young people off to college and, COVID hit. There's nothing we can do about it, and it just is what it is. And we're survivors. We as a people are survivors. So we're gonna get through this thing. And so that'll just have to be part of the legacy that we have to offer. But I think what this virtual homecoming kind of, for me, at least, this has been the bright spot in my year. This week that you guys ushered us through was for me a absolute bright spot. I'll never forget this week ever.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of the week then? So while we're asking that, and I'm going to take it to Lisa in just a moment too, but you tell us, what was your favorite part of the week?
I can't necessarily say that there was one single thing that was just the something that I looked, but I tell you, one of the two things that automatically really just, I guess, didn't threw me for a loop, but it was just interesting, is that every single dean that we asked and faculty member that we asked to come on had a story to tell.
Yeah.
That there was something that about what they were doing that they needed to talk about. They were proud of their programs. They could have gone, listening to Dr. Daniels talk about the medical academy. That man can sell, matches in hell, right? I mean, geez, that guy is a talker. I mean, and that's not the first time I've had a sit down with him. When I first sat down and talked to him, man, I wanted to sign up to the medical academy and get me one of those biology degrees and go to med school.
You see what I'm trying to say?
And the second thing is the students here that they put in front of us are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The students, man, I'm thinking, I wonder if I was like that as a student. I don't think so. But those students that you guys put in front of the camera, man, those students, boy, I tell you, we're going to have a Prairie View graduate in the White House one of these days, because these students were amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lisa?
Yes. I agree with you, Dr. Selassie. There were two colleges that I'm almost about to, they've recruited me. I've got to make a decision. It was the College of Architecture and the College of Education. Okay. And it made me sit back and say, maybe, like I said, I have an MBA already and, trained in radio broadcasting and things like that. But I do believe in lifelong learning. So I said, PhD, community development, because I know a lot of several of my friends and even faculty, not faculty, but staff that work here that are in that community development program. And I'm saying that program must really be something, because like 5 people I know, they're like, yeah, let me get my master's. Oh, really? In what? Community development. And I was like, that program must really be something. So I, went online and was reading about it a little bit, but just hearing Dean Sabuni, talk about the program and some of the other things, and the students that are, majoring in that, I would say, I'm looking at it, it makes me want to, because my background is in public affairs, and I've always been saying, like, how do I want to transition and really do that work and serve, from being in the military. I still have that want to serve and help build communities and things like that. So for me, yes, College of Education, talking to Dr. McFrazier, and then just Professor Dalvez, she's working on her PhD. And I'm saying, like, how are you doing that and this? And I'm like you, I'm starting to question, like, am I doing enough? Let me stop complaining.
She's just jealous of you Prairie View graduates, so she's trying to get on the ship. That's what she's trying to do.
You nailed it. That's exactly what it is.
So lots of admiration for you and doing this, being a professor and getting your PhD in education. What is it? Administration? Educational leadership. So that's the program because I never really thought about being a teacher or a professor, but being in educational leadership is something that is definitely start teasing me a little bit too. And as far as the programs or the individuals that we talk to, I'm like you all, the parents today. It felt like they had been waiting to say something to someone who would listen. Yeah. And that was something that, thank you to Miss Yolanda Gross over there with the family and parent and family programs. We talked about it. We were just going to do a highlight, but then we sat here and we thought, and Professor was like, we need to make that a segment. So I called Yolanda, was like, hey, can you get us about 4 or 5 families that would be willing to participate? And, we had our fingers crossed and things like that. But the next day she sent us like a list of.
Was it the next day? I thought it was like maybe an hour later.
Yeah. It was real quick. It was very like, oh yeah, sure. So as I listened today as well, I could just tell that they have been waiting to express the good and the bad about how they felt about their students. Their kids here. So I'm glad that we did that. We told a great story and gave them a huge platform. I also enjoyed talking with the band and the alumni, the Black Foxes and those that were here. Yeah. And just knowing those that have gone on to be successful in the arts and in performing. And of course, I love talking with the coaches, me being an athlete at heart. Those conversations are always good because it's not just about being an athlete, you're a student athlete, yes, but these athletes have voices too. They're vocal in their thoughts and things about this whole Black Lives Matter movement. So yeah, great conversations for me too.
Yeah. Awesome. And that reminded me before we jump off, because I know you guys are really tired, but I just like to give a shout out to Dean Frazier, whose mother passed away. And I initially invited him on to the show And I know he's, dealing with issues with his family, but just to say, shout out to him. We love you. You're in our thoughts and prayers. And we're just happy that you did take some time out of the bereavement to be with us. And so we need to thank him for that. Okay, the sound went off on my end. So if you can hear me, can you put up your finger?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my fault. I pulled it up, I believe.
So you were trying to reach for that triangle and you pulled the cord out, right?
You caught me.
But yes,
I can tell you're a mass communications major, man, with that little triangle, right?
we're just, Triangle's helping us stay awake over here too, because like I said, it's been a long week, but we put out the energy. I mean, every day we've come in and, we're a small group. Oh, you know who we forgot to thank? John Douglas and Michael West. Did we thank them? I don't think we did.
No, we didn't. Oh man, John is such a great guy, isn't he? And Michael?
Yes. Yeah. Those guys, I mean, their media and technical experience and, making sure everything was plugged in and sounding right. And they made all the chords and everything. And they were just doing like it was nothing out. And I see Michael West on campus all the time and didn't know that he had all this amazing talent. And John has only been here John, I believe, got here in March. So he's only been with the university for a short time, but they were very instrumental in helping us get this.
They know everything about how the sound and all of that stuff across the campus works, man. Those guys know everything. They're a resource.
Yeah, indeed. Looking to work with them some more, of course. Yes.
So what's our next? So tell me, what's our next project?
What is our next project?
I cannot say. I cannot say. There is something in store.
Teresa says sleep.
Allow the proper channels to announce what's next for us, but
she says sleep and get my lunch order right. Every lunch order that I brought her was messed up.
The BLT without the BLT, was it, or something like
it was
that?
A BLT with no LT. I said, how they mess that up? I know that wasn't Selassie. I was like, because they put the BLT sticker on it and no lettuce, no tomato.
Yeah. My God.
Thank you for those healthy snacks, though. I mean, I now love these coconut chocolate crispy things. Don't know what they were, but
pretty good, right?
Yes, they're good. So thank you for helping us, sustain over here, because we weren't even thinking about eating. We were just trying to make this thing happen.
Actually, that's a real statement. We hadn't even thought about food.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, well, thank you guys for inviting me for this last hurrah, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done. I really do. And that's I guess all I can say.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate your leadership. I know you had a whole lot of push in there to get this done. And we just appreciate your leadership.
Okay, right on.
Thank you. Well, that wraps it up for us here on the Hill, everyone. We hope you enjoyed this virtual homecoming. And next year, we hope to be in person. But if not, we know, hey, we'll be back here again, you know. Yeah. But just best wishes to everybody. Dr. Selassie, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah.
Any parting words?
One last parting word. PV!
You know.
All right.
That's right.
All right, everyone. Happy virtual homecoming. We love our Panther family, and we want to say condolences to the family of Mr. Frank Yep. He was our former director of financial aid, passed away a couple of weeks ago. So lots of prayers going up to that family. Mr. Yep was not just a director of financial aid, but myself as a student athlete here. I remember back in 1992 through 96 when I was here, and Mr. Yep, he would come out to the track to make sure that every athlete on that track had their financial aid in order, that nothing was going wrong. And so he was just known around campus as a really caring individual. As of recent, a couple of months ago, I used to see him in the cafeteria. He'd come by and eat and talk with the students and everything. And I always had a word of inspiration and knowledge to share. So lots of prayers going out to Mr. Frank Yep and his family.
I'd also like to say condolences to Dr. James Wilson's family. I came to meet him and get to know him because of the honors program at first, but just seeing him around campus, and he had one of the most amazing, infectious smiles. And the work he did in putting together major events such as graduation and convocation and all the different things that he did for our students. He probably would have been in this space this week with our virtual homecoming. We probably would have had him like helping us put this together. As a matter of fact, make sure you get our alumni. And I remember having dinner with him, my wife and I having dinner with him not long before he passed. And I remember sitting in Delco when the text message came out and just blew my socks off.
Yes.
Yeah, so much love to his family. And to all the passing Panthers over the years. We weren't able to put together the segment for you all this time around, but I am going to make something for you all, for the families, and we're going to share it through the PBAMU website in later days.
Yes. And well, on that note, everyone, there is one more. Jesse Wolf, who was one of our former football players, his service was actually today. So, but like Professor said, we're going to put together a segment where we do honor our fallen Panthers. And once again, though, but thanks to everyone that joined us. Send us all your feedback. Like I said, you can email me at alumnirelations@pbamu.edu for any comments that you want to let us know about. And
use that even if you're not an alumni.
Yes, anything. If you're not an alum,
if you saw the homecoming thing, she's going to share the notes with me. So just let us know.
Send all of your comments. Yes, everyone. Send all of your comments to alumnirelations@pbamu. We'll get them over to Professor Dalves and also back over to Dr. Salasi over at the President's office as well. We want all the feedback that we can get. So I guess that is it.
We're going to close the way we've been opening all week. We've been opening with this cinematic opening, this piece of storytelling, the story of two Emmas, if you will. There's a 12-year-old girl who's studying and she's on Zoom and she hates it. It's just not even school. And she gets pulled into a portal that eventually brings her to Prairie View, but no one's here. And she meets someone, an elder, who shows her around campus, shows her Prairie View through this homecoming experience. And we discover something very interesting about the two Emmas. So we're going to run that in total and bring it to an end. And that will conclude this virtual homecoming 2020. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you all. Happy homecoming. We love you, Panthers.
Happy Halloween.
That's right. Happy Halloween. All right. Bye. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy.
School, friends, classroom, teacher, friends, sports, laughter. She misses school. Real school. And this isn't school. This isn't what she thought the new year would bring. 2020, this isn't school. No more Zoom.
Where am I? What is this place? Am I inside Zoom? Where am I? Where is everyone? This is PB.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a black room, and then I was... Where is everyone?
Here.
I was just...
Cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place a place where your every step is affirmed, a place where you can always call home.
And so begins this wondrous journey home.
Where is everyone? This is PV.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you lost?
I don't know. I was in class in my bedroom, and then I was in a background, and then I was. Where is everyone?
Here.
I was just.
Cute little kid. Let me tell you a story of a great place.
One day, I heard a voice call to me. It rustled and whispered cool in the breeze. It hurried along the ground and blew through me, kissing my soul. Come home. Come home.
Come home, she said, eager to hang up my coat. Offer me a seat, kiss my face. Warm. Come home.
Welcome to day, oh God, what day is it? Day 3, 2, 1.
You have long traveled far, all the way there and back. Home always welcomes you, gives you rest, family. Come home. Come home, my sweet, sweet love.
And so, I found the path home.
Yeah.
I found the path home, and I ran. I ran in a full sprint home towards myself.